Hey guys, welcome back to
Welcome.
another session. It is 119 today. That's pretty good.
Not
Uh
bad.
we got some stuff to do today, some time skips, and go from there, I guess.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Lyron went ahead already, so we're just gonna fall behind, Chunpo and I, and work on sword stuff.
I still have a little over 2 months.
I just
for the
meant the
next.
that you already did a time skip
Yeah,
10-year thing already, so
yeah.
Don't mind me, OBS Commander. I'm just doing a little bit of tippy tapping while these guys scheme and plot. You two, begin scheming and plotting quickly.
And the back.
Not a lot of scheming and plotting. What's going on?
Whisper, 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 whisper.
Perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Mr. William, scheme and plot quickly.
Scheme and plot okay. All right. Chunpo wants to try and fight the Marauder before we leave. At least fight, and before we leave for space, because I'm not entirely sure if we're taking the mountain with us, even though that would be awesome.
We are taking the sanctuary with us.
Oh, okay.
Sword
But
sanctuary.
like, that's just like our little bubble, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, the Marauder might already be gone. We haven't checked.
Yeah, they said they were going to a next zone. If we can't, it's whatever. I lost a rivalry thing, but who knows? Past that for scheming and plotting. I don't know. Let's see. Got
Got
to
your
get back
10-year time
into.
skips.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Answered the questions for me yesterday,
Indeed.
which is pretty good.
I hope the answers I did like made sense. What's everybody else's scheming and plotting?
I am ahead of time right now. I was just going to continue doing things.
Do we know any space goals?
What do you mean by that?
Well,
The only thing
I
we know
think
about base is that there's a book that we need to get, the ballistic skill book, from the first checkpoint.
Okay. Like the reinforcement book?
Yeah.
Do I have to fight the Gun Saint? I mean, I have a rivalry with him, but like, is he the one with the book?
No.
Okay.
Gun Saint's not in space. Gun Space is on the earthly realm. It didn't like that you took something off of the earthly realm.
I'm about to take a lot off the earthly realm. Uh, uh, Personally, I would like to have a section on our space station moon that is like almost a nature reserve that has the space bees, and I'd love to travel around space and take what was it? Almost like a weird taxi service for like one like not one person, but like one DAO group at a time. Just like we will ferry you wherever you want to go to a planet that might have resources that you like better. We're not staying there, but we will take you there. And create some honey along the way for those people, bid them good day and farewell, and just feud or possibly cross swords because I'd love to fight.
Good.
Uh, Possibly work on the Tempestari stuff for those who don't want to fight. Or don't want to cross swords, anyways.
You have
But
cards?
yeah, I
Yeah. He has Tempestar cards.
think like 4.
I think he played a game of Tempestar too.
No. Eat. God damn it. Thing gets stuck and it makes me irritated. Stupid seat in its deep scheming ways.
What is something Lyron would want to do as a space things?
There's a space things. Well, the book is the only thing for the moment, and then we go down the path and figure out what's going on in the space realm. We don't really know much about it,
Yeah,
other than
that's
we
true.
needed certain preparations like our void body and the Tao vessel.
It's not like you can just go about and ask, "Hey, what's in space?" Well, there's a lot actually.
So much
Who's
in
asking?
space.
Somebody from Earthly Road.
Yeah, no, get out of here. Get.
I thought space was supposed to be welcoming, except for like weird raiders. Oh yeah, we could also just kill a lot of raiders for a while if needed.
Killing raiders, you say, eh?
I mean, people that are just going around acting as pirates. Yeah,
Hmm.
not exactly kind or forgiving people.
Need to check something you wrote. Hmm. Weights, you say?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. Oh, also, here, go real quick. I believe I have a good image of what type of sword Chunpo would be wielding, or what type of sword I'm envisioning Chunpo wielding.
Okay.
Here you go.
Take a look at this tiger. Yeah.
And he's trying to dual wield those.
Hmm. The wood splitting sword?
Yep.
Huh. Huh. Interesting. Any particular reason as to why?
A few things. Or a few things come to mind. One, if somebody believes that swords act a certain way and they have gone through opportunity 2, then they might be wielding an armor that they're just like, this armor is very similar to how bark would act, and they might be able to cut me down, but it will get stuck. Or they might be able to cut through the armor, but they wouldn't try because they know it would get stuck. And then I walk up and just be like, neat, and hit them with an ungodly heavy wood splitting sword. And then it's just like, what the fuck is that thing? And also, that's the closest thing that I could find to hey, this is a small buster blade.
What about a Zweihander?
But Swyander's a two-handed sword.
So is that.
I mean, I guess that would work.
Is it, you got what? Great sword, claymore, Zweihander?
Yeah.
Buster blade?
Let's see. still running, or well, like issue I run into the most is the ability for them to transform as Chunpo gets bigger.
Keep looking. Because there's a. If you pick a wood cutting sword,
Mhm.
you pick that because your life's mission is fighting trees or other tree like or wood bearing enemies.
Okay.
You could technically use it against other targets. The problem being, if they are an equal opponent to you, that stops becoming as potent. Sure, it's got a lot of weight. They're just gonna stop pairing. They're just gonna be fancy with their dodge and their footwork. They won't meet you head on. Also, it's a wood splitting sword. You have like one move. Chop.
What about horizontal chop?
Chop. Whichever way you swing it, chop.
Hypothetically, if it's downwards, you could do a stab.
Maybe.
Or maybe up, and yeah, it's dull and not exactly.
Because I mean, at the end of the day, it's a wood cutting sword. Whichever way you chop, you meant to cut wood.
Gonna have to ask like either the elder or lorekeeper, my master lorekeeper, what they would recommend then. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here like, okay, I guess I'm using heavy katanas or something similar.
No dachis, if you're gonna do that.
Hmm.
Give me one moment. You guys keep conspiring. A couple more things for a certain somebody.
Okay. So, Lyron,
Yes.
I
Blah.
am a bit worried about what what was it? What the future might hold in space whenever we get to swaths of expanded space where there's nothing, but we come across somebody or more of an organization. What happens when we come across an organization that we are fairly certain has more than one solar system under their control? Because, like, a system being, hey, this organization has all of this one solar system, or, well, star system.
I don't know because, well, it seems like we would just need to know, is this a good solar system or a good group of people? Because who knows? The people in control could be benevolent to whoever they have under their control. Are you saying if they're not?
Yeah, really. I mean, at the end of the day. Also, like, let's see. I don't want to dip anywhere into where what is it? This one's the earthly version, but the slaughterhouse with demons and pain and things like that. Hypothetically, oh well, demon. That could be interesting to look at and see what they have to offer. However, I don't know, it just doesn't really seem like they're nice people. And I don't know, I just feel like it's what do we do whenever we find some of the worst people in space?
We take them down.
And if they're more powerful than us?
We get more powerful. Something that we have a problem with, we take care of it. Or we don't have a problem with it.
Stood. Hmm. What is something... Can you think of something you would have a problem with?
Oppressive religious governments.
Of religious governments. What the... no, what would a religion in Cosmos be?
Well, I can think of a few. Well, one mostly that I have a problem with.
Okay. Is that the people that, like, you were from? Or, like, where you hailed from?
Yes, the Church of the Organ.
The Dude Troop wants to know your current location.
I'm sure they do. So take them down once we get into space. But
Okay. I don't mean to pry, but just curious what... you said apprentice religious organization. All three of those things I have an issue with. Well, maybe not the last one, but what do they do?
well, the device. Well, actually, I don't know what they do exactly. I can't tell you that information.
Understood.
Out of
Okay.
character, I know what they do.
Okay.
Other than being very rude to the people. Well, they oppress the peasantry and force them to work in the bowels of the great organ all day. And send off those who are, well, undesirables to the mines.
Already ready to kill them. Thank you. That's perfect. Um, uh, as we let's see, as we go about finding them and yeah, well, thinking about them, or well, hmm, you only know them from one world, correct? Or do they have multiple star systems?
That towards me. I'm typing.
No, that was supposed to be towards Lyron. I wasn't
Gasp.
sure. I run.
Oh, I don't know if they're in control of any more worlds, but I know they're capable of getting here at least, so perhaps they have other worlds that they're in control of.
They have at least traveled across, let's see, faster than light travel, so definitely at least worthy of Cosmos. Let's see. I want to destroy at least my world, which will probably piss off a large trading company.
Oh. And that's bad, I would presume.
I mean, that one I can say could very well, affect us for a long time in the cosmic realm.
Fair enough. So we deal with them and then we deal with the trading company, yes?
Well, sure, yeah, no, I mean, we're, I question just how much a, like, at the end of the day, space is really big. So even a large trading company, there are areas where they don't exactly have the reach to come get us if we go that far. But also, it feels like it would be something akin to, okay, drive until your tank is on empty. Now you're safe, but you might, like, you have no resources in the space road now. Because you did everything you could to get away from them.
Sure. But we also have full capabilities of, how you say, reaching out to our own trade network that Lar is building.
True. But that's one cosmic planet currently that technically isn't in the cosmos, or it's in a card, which, you know,
Sure. I would say that we don't need to worry about it too much at the moment. I think you're overthinking this.
well, I'm not trying to overthink it. I'm trying to just.
He's overthinking it.
Hit him.
Uh, I'm just curious as to what we might find, what we could, should, or what is wise to do.
I think it's
And yeah, we
wise
are
to
there.
increase our abilities, and then
Okay, yeah. Get strong.
we get strong, then we deal with the problems easier. I would worry about the task at hand right now, rather than into the future. You still have to figure out how to beat yourself.
Yeah. Is Savalar here?
He's got in-laws over, so he's a bit distracted.
Understood. It's okay.
Don't worry, I'm about to hit you with a block of text like I promised. Just gotta customize it for your Speciality, my homie. Hmm. I think I'm gonna hit you with tier 1, or tier 3, because you're at tier 3. Heh, heh, heh. Let me know if you want, or when you're ready for the next one, because you're probably gonna what? A little moment to take it all in.
Hidden extra bonus. Secret requirements. Sword mass tier 1. Increase the weight up by desired amount to your max weight value. Place that amount.
So if you have weights 20 as your max to
Yep.
every swing, you can gain up to another 20 weight by spending 40 fatigue. It's for each swing, though.
Gotcha. The weight by 5. You spend 2. Devastating X. T gained. Okay. You learn the sword mass techniques and powers. Okay.
Sword mass is where we start to really touch on weight.
Gotcha.
You will never
let's
have
see.
as much power as Johnny's character, unfortunately, because
Not
he
yet.
picked the power route.
What exactly is for power?
It's your
Like-
sword power resource pool.
Okay.
So you have to spend it to get sword power.
Is that
You
like
got it
coating your
after-
blade in a special energy, or is that?
Yes, you got that
Okay.
swordsman level 1 when you
Yes.
completed it. When you got to the top, you got 1 sword power. Now, here's the question: have you finished folding? Level 2. Level 2.
Level 2, I think. I believe I did.
And you were looking at level 3. So you had done all the folds.
It's been a minute, and that was before Opportunity 2, I believe.
Seem very uncertain. Check your notes, please. Because if I need to get you level 2 stuff, then I need to get you level 2 stuff.
Sword fold 2, sword energy, sword power, sharpness aura. And let's see. You're looking for swordsmanship. Correct.
Yep. And specifically, because you did all those fun little tiers to reach swordsman level 1.
Mm-hmm.
And you got things like pursuant of the sword, jubilation of the sword, all those cool little like snippets. Well, I'm looking for the step after that, which is where you started to do sword folding. You have to fold 10 times.
Gotcha. Okay, so go back. You're here. 1 level sword energy guaranteed from the arrogant edge. Sword catalyst, sword alignment gained, meditation. Okay. Then we have the 10 stages. Consolidation of sword energy, sharpness teaching, 10 sharpness, tier 1 sharpness aura, sword energy resource pool, sword manifestation, tier 1 weapon, sword energy expression, and then I see poison sword tier 2 relic. And that was where I kept my actual poison sword.
So you
I-
haven't folded yet.
Possibly. I don't believe so.
Oh my.
I thought I folded once or something.
Got to fold 10 times. Just in that tier alone.
Gotcha.
It's also how you get a bunch of sword power. Because you'll get up to 55. A little bit of triangle
No.
math.
It might be a benefit to not have already folded, because then Eclipse will be able to have you fold in the way he wants, which is not necessarily great, but it will be effective.
Yes. He's also a cruel bastard.
Yeah.
Did you by chance get to watch that little scene?
Yes. Yes, I did. And the stare of burning worlds.
I'm glad. Because
Yeah.
your master came out and was like, nah, screw this guy. How dare you talk to me like that?
I've also gotten a little bit better at, understanding what I am wanting to do, or understanding how Chun-Po can turn into something very vicious and cruel and ruthless should he choose to, and he wields a blade as a swordsman, but is now understanding and trying to just say, this is the path that I walk. Any step that I take, I am choosing a line of what I don't want to cross. And there, or choosing a line of, this isn't even necessary to cross. There's no point in me choosing to cross this path, whereas other people of cruelty might cross that path because they think that it gets them a little bit more strength. I am sorry if, let's see if my audio is picking up there.
How dare you?
We hear you if that's what you're thinking.
No, well, I'm wondering if you're hearing my son in the background, but
I'm not hearing your
He's
son in
in-
the background.
okay, perfect. He do be adorable. You see, I thought I folded at least once because, I remember looking for a fight and I wasn't quite sure what to do.
Here.
So,
If you fold it once, it's simple.
okay. But I think it was a training dummy that I thought, if anything.
Here, let's do a replacement effect. I'll just, if you have folded, let's get you this. And just take this instead.
If I remember correctly, I think Chung-Po did it once or twice. The first or the second folding of the 10. You didn't flux at the end of your fold, so that's something you could do, I suppose, if you had the resource for it.
Gotcha.
Since you didn't finish your fold already, I guess. If you finish your fold without fluxing, that would be a different conversation. But
We
since you
got
didn't
him.
finish it- yeah, okay.
You even ready for so much text, my friend? So
Here we go.
eh. So you could fold at each tier with Eclipse's tutelage. Just know that when it says you may full tier remove what you wish, plus 15 sword power is replaced by the next parentheses, plus 30 and plus with weight with flex, because you're gonna have flex.
So, all right. So,
It's not
I
15 and 30.
Plus.
It's just 30.
Okay, and I need to spend. So okay, plus 30 with flux, and plus 1 weight with flux. If I have flux.
You will.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's see. The second question that I answered, the how you see it, I hope that one was the right answer for me.
Did I send you the caveat when answering these questions? Specifically, don't worry about anything else on your build. This is just you as a swordsman.
Yes, and that, like, I wasn't trying to create, like, oh, yes, this is why you pick this up, or this is how the things all go together, because I'm just like, I don't really know, but I did think that that was the correct choice.
I mean, the correct choice is what you want for your character
Fair enough.
as a swordsman. Not as a poisoner, not as a
Oh,
your
yeah, no, I
Taoist,
wasn't.
like none of that.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for poison stuff.
Also, don't consider synergies. It's just swordsmanship. Actually, hold on. I gotta do some double checking on your answers. Because we gotta look at your choices. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, you also pick passion and enjoyment. And the cutting line. And you picked footwork.
I picked the cutting line?
The cutting line is a window into the next cut.
Oh, okay. Yep. Nah, my bad. My brain saw window.
Window. Boom. Boom, boom.
Oh, so we have a few that are very similar.
All right. We're on the move.
Bum, bum.
Hmm. We got some cool stuff for you, Mr. Poe.
There's so much text.
Yeah, dude.
With being with Eclipse for 10 years, does he qualify as somebody that I can fight with swordsmanship for each fold?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yay.
Do a little bit of talky talk now that I got it for both of you.
Okay.
If you'd like to as well, Mr. Johnny,
Yes.
you can have a little chit chat with Mr. Poe about the levels. You've had a little bit longer to look at it.
Yeah.
Let's start with, what do you think of the 10 levels? Because it's not done. Remember, you got one more thing, but I gotta do some talk work with you guys.
Okay. I don't know what Chung Po got for 3 besides choosing which type he was, and I think you chose
Weight.
speed. Wait. Gotcha.
Sword weight. So he gains like fraction of the sword power you gain.
Yes.
But every single strike of his hits like a freight train.
Mhm.
He can even develop techniques that are like close enough, like horseshoes and hand grenades hits. So even if he misses, he still kind of hits you.
Yeah, I feel like
The
weight's good for his
shockwave.
character build either way, with wanting to do gravity stuff and like just the weight of his actions kind of deal. Whatever, it's it's a good choice. So I don't know because I went through each progress tree for the tiers, but you're getting one thing for your weight, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I
level 3?
just added
Yeah.
them all together.
Yeah. So your level 2, I don't know what you got for that, besides just the hand wave of doing your folds.
Yeah. So he still needs to choose what he folds out
Yeah.
and what's left in his blade, but he also
Okay.
folds at every tier, so it's like, or every level. So you just have to make a list of the parts of you that aren't expressed in the blade, and then what remains is what.
Or vice versa of adding things to your blade,
True.
as
Folding
we've
in.
learned from Lyron and his actions.
Can be bad.
Or
I'm that
good.
crazy guy.
Yeah, depending on how you use it. So I don't know if you want to talk about yours for level 2 and level 3, but
Hold on a second. Let me copy. I'll show you what it has from what I can see. So, not a whole lot of weight, decent amount of sword power.
yep.
Um, to fold out of things, I don't want to remove feelings because I feel like the sentence that I said for my swordsmanship was, "This is how I express myself to other cultivators. That is my swordsmanship." Um, so I don't exactly want to, and me being demonic, I don't want to remove feelings. Um, but I would like to remove, would it be like a feeling of, I guess, removing superiority, I would say. Or like a negative sense of superiority, like someone feels that they are better than you. I don't want that to be expressed at all. I don't
Do you want to
know.
feel that you're better than them?
Not really. And just in the sense of, this is a conversation, the trading blows is just talking. I don't need to feel a need to be better. I just, if in the expression or in the conversation, I might become something better because we're talking, and so we're learning. We're fighting, so we're learning. But I don't really know what that looks like in removing of things. And also, I can't quite remember what I removed from the first one. I know it's supposed to be remove impurities.
From your sword energy.
Yes.
So anything that would mix with it in a sense. So I took away a lot of aspects of Lara in my first folding. Like I took away my elemental aspects of my Sava lineage. and I also took away the concept of failure in wood. So just leaving sword. Second thing I did was took away the second precept of process, success, any deva elements that exist within me. And then I took away positive qualities, negative qualities, and excluding ones with fate. I took away Qigong, took away skills, took away characteristics, I took away talents, took away traits besides fate. Ninth fold was key, and I didn't do anything for the 10th fold. So pretty much what I have left is sword power, sword weight, sword sharpness, fate that connects them, and the Tao of sort of, the path of my my sword reaper. And I also have emotion. I guess that's one of the things I have left as well.
I removed most of my emotion, but also I don't have sword energy, so
yeah,
it's gone now.
Gotta get good a different way.
More nothingness. But yeah, so that's pretty much what I did for my folds. And then the 3, I got my teachings and my catalysts, and did all those. 4 is where we should talk about next, unless you want to talk about your folds.
Well, I believe I would want to talk about my folds real quick, and also I would ask, like, what Eclipse is, because if I'm learning through Eclipse, I'm just like, I don't even know if my first fold, what I removed.
It's pretty
Um,
straightforward. Think of all the things that you want to keep, banish the rest.
Okay.
It's much easier that way. You shouldn't have much in your sword energy anyways. Whatever you have left in your sword power, it's what you're going to have for the rest of your life. So if you don't want something in your sword power, so once you're able to then coat your body in your own sword energy, it's also there too.
Um, okay, so I made 2 separate energy channels to separate sword energy and poison energy. I'm not sure if that was the first fold or what, but I am not sure an example of somebody that should have or tried to or wanted to fold something out, didn't get the chance to, and then it bit them in the butt. I don't really have a a solid bad example of, hey, this is why you do this. I don't know what repercussion would be of, hey, you didn't fold out this thing and now it's here. Because the only thing I can really think of would be, which emotions don't I want to have with this? Like, why
You
would
don't
you
need to worry about oceans. You just need to put in, demonic path. That'll cover you and what you feel through your demonic way. So, demonic swordsmanship. You don't fold that out. And then it allows you to channel demonic emotion, which they call it the demonic path because they consider it, that of the demon. However, that's just the orthodox faction talking mad shit about somebody else.
Yep.
And then the dark faction going, I mean, it's kind of badass. I guess we'll keep it. It doesn't mean you are evil. A lot of people, like, a lot of the propaganda is demonic practitioners are evil. No, they're the only thing that's different between the two, between orthodox and demonic, is Orthodox has cast out emotion for stability. Because as you grow as a cultivator, you can feel more extreme emotions. So they have sought tranquility, aloofness, and emotionlessness. Demonic practitioners are like, no, that's not who we are as humans. And even the gods feel. So, that's the...
Yeah, it's how could you say that it isn't something that if the gods feel, then demonic practicing isn't a or not so much a negative, but it's just like it's not a path.
Right. So, yeah, you're not evil. You have just chosen not to cast out your emotions, and you wield them through your swordsmanship. So you don't want to cast out your demonic path. So keep the demonic swordsmanship as part of your fold. So don't fold that out. That'll cover the emotion part. You can just keep it simple.
Okay.
So if you don't fold out specific resources like key, then you can use key with your swordsmanship.
Yeah.
However, your swordsmanship can then be affected by key. So it's a two-way street. Basically, you're blocking out a whole pile of stuff you don't want.
So remove your targets, in short. Remove what somebody could do.
And then whittle down what you want to be able to channel through. Because if you fold something out, you can't wield it through your sword power. Doesn't mean you can't wield it at all. It's just when you activate sword power, you just can't use that with sword power. They'll fight each other. And then you got internal problems.
Okay. Don't remember what I folded out for number 1, if anything.
Well,
because I believe that was when I decided to start going down the demonic.
Sure. So don't think too hard on it then, because we're just gonna do it all at once. Make your list.
Yep. Okay.
And if you want, you can come back to it while you think about it. You branched away from Johnny.
Yes.
So I gave you a lot more weight, but it's not too much weight. So I gave you a lot more weight throughout all of your stages, especially level 3. Weight's pretty big. So as default, if you have more weight than your opponent and you clash blades, you could start to do some pretty ugly stuff to their equipment and to the wielder. So the real difference is like when you have 10 more weight than someone, that's when you start to like incur fatigue on them.
It's just that fucking heavy.
It's just that fucking heavy. People they have to redefine how they fight you because they can't parry, which means at a certain level of weight, they can't even riposte. They have to like take the blade and they can't turn your blade aside because it's too heavy. And then they take fatigue, they can't riposte or do a counterattack, and it's just they have to dodge. They have to use footwork to get the hell out of the way. That's why weight is particularly nasty, because it starts to remove options from your opponents. And it tires them out quickly. Especially if you're attacking them with a flurry of blows, like you're trying to do combination blow, you're just going to max out their threshold, and you may actually just kill them through fatigue gain instead of actually killing them through health bar loss.
They blocked every time, but they just couldn't handle it.
And you get something Johnny doesn't, and he has something you don't. He has sword power techniques. You get sword mass techniques, which means you spend sword power and you get to add some sort of weight to your blade, whether you increase the weight or if you miss, Well, not quite. They still take half damage because the shockwave. You also have like I hit the ground so hard I split everything in front of me. Fuck the ground. Technically, if you really want to, you can have like a sword mass technique where you throw the sword, but you have a lanyard on the back around your wrist, and it just snaps on your wrist, and you go flying with your sword, like Thor from Marvel, flying
Yeah.
around.
Um. I've gotten 4 things that I believe that I want to remove.
Well, go ahead and write them down, and then we'll come back to it.
Okay.
So that was level 3. This is where the
Level
first
2.
major branch is in between you and Johnny.
Gotcha. Yes. And here, just so. Let's see, Johnny. Do you want me to put in everything that is the?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Fourth level swordsmanship is where we start to go back to your roots, because there's a little bit of branch at level 3, and then it starts to trickle through your decisions. Fortunately, most of your answers were identical, so I just gave you the same stuff.
Gotcha. My bad.
It is a bit to keep up with. Like, it is a metric crap ton of stuff. And Eclipse will tell you throughout the 10 years, this is just the beginning. Like, if you get to 10th tier or 10th level swordsmanship, let alone the half step beyond that to make you, finish the march, that is what they call a swordsman on the path of the Cosmic Road. If you have not completed the 10 tiers and the half step, you're not considered an actual swordsman. You're not considered a neophyte or an apprentice or all of the like learning stages. You're a full ass swordsman. But once you're a full ass swordsman, the journey continues from there.
I have a weird question on removing. Can because I've been cursed so much, can I fold out curses?
No, not
Okay.
really.
I didn't think so, but I wanted to make sure.
Well, technically you can, I guess you could fold out curses, but it's just from your sword power.
Okay.
Besides, what curses do you have left on your person?
None. They all got
Right.
removed.
Yes. So yeah, you can fold out curses. I thought you were like I forgot you had gotten rid of all your tasty, delicious curses. Dang.
Yeah, no, I do remember. I just wasn't quite sure if that one would work. Okay.
You still might be affected by curses, and
Yeah.
there are sword curses that even if you fold out curses from your sword energy, it'll still affect you. There's always exceptions, but all right. So level 4. which is pretty good. Level 4. Oh. Got just a couple things. You got Sword Obsessor and Hard Work as the major features.
Mm-hmm.
You got Sword Mass Efficiency. This
Yeah.
is your fucking bread and butter. Meaning every one weight you have counts as 2.
Oh shit. Okay.
This is where you start to define yourself as a sword weight or the swordsman. Johnny's got a bunch of power efficiencies. He's got this an enormous pool. Sword weight is a lot harder to accumulate, but at least you didn't go down sword sharpness. Down the
Yeah.
line of sword sharpness is tiers. Because you're probably only going to have, even if you get to the top of swordsmanship in the first, echelon, no more than 6, maybe 7.
I think we'll also
It's
put
really
the drinking sword as well, Matt. So it would have been even worse.
Yeah. So sharpness is the hardest to get. Weight is also up there. But you did get all the secret / hidden portions of each with Eclipse's help, because there are like overachiever portions that required extra resources and extra training, extra teachings, extra catalysts to acquire. He helped you get all those because without them, what are we doing?
Appreciate it.
So he helped you get those. He also helped you flex and fold every tier in addition to your normal practices. To the average swordsman, they have to replace an entire tier with another fold. So usually they pick somewhere like 4, 5, or 6, and they replace it with just another set of folding. He's like, that's dumb. We're going to do both. Every tier. Level, sorry.
Understood.
And he also helped you flex it.
This
So you should
is
have
a great
a
chapter.
lot of sword power points, because you got 30 at each tier in addition to other points. So you should have a pretty comfortable pool, but it shouldn't be Johnny's pool. Johnny's pool should be insanely huge.
Understood.
Johnny, what's your sword power pool at?
I don't know. I got to do the math. Because I'll be folding every tier, and then every power I have, I get an additional power.
Well, remember, I just gave you a flat number. I gave you plus 300 instead of, because that's what the fold is.
Oh yeah. But it's not even that. It's like, all right, I had 300, and then I add another 3, and then I add another 300, and then I add another 300, and then I add another 300, another 300.
I got it.
Another
No, it's
300.
plus
1800.
600. Plus 600. Because remember, you have for every 1 power, you get 1 power.
Yeah.
So how many 300 or how many additions do you have? How do you imagine for it?
Well, I start with 55
Mhm.
times 2, so I started with like
110.
110. And then it went to I didn't do 3, so you got me ahead of that one. You were able to maybe actually I don't know, because I feel like I need to flux right after, if that was the case, or I needed to fold while I was doing it.
It was
but I
while you're doing
wasn't.
it.
Yeah.
So
While you're finding that number, I have a question. Can I can I fold out devouring?
yeah,
Okay, I will definitely do that.
like even weird concepts. You want a really small list of what applies. Probably no more than 10. and then you just fold out literally everything else.
Okay, I got another high power one that I'm not sure that you will let me write down. Calcification.
You're gonna fold out calcification.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
These are just concepts that only do or don't affect your sword power.
Hmm.
So it doesn't like protect you from it, from yourself. So if you are capable of calcifying and you are in the process of calcifying, which is not good for you, the sword power won't protect you from it. It's not a shield,
But it's not effective. My sword power will
but it's
never
not effective.
calcify.
Yes.
Okay. Fuck, I had another one there for a second.
Yeah. I also gave you another sword power efficiency, I think, at tier 4, Johnny.
Yes, sword power efficiency, which I don't know if you it means like every one sword power I have, it's an additional +1. Is that what
Nope.
you're trying to say with that?
Every
Or
one sword power counts as 2.
every one sword power counts as 2.
If
And
you,
then the sword density, is that also applied to after or before? Is it because the level is higher? It would apply after.
Well, the sword efficiency isn't affected by the density. Density basically, for every X, you get another permanent sword power.
Correct, which then is also affected by that.
Yeah. So the efficiency doesn't actually make your number bigger, the
Yeah.
reservoir. It's when you spend a number of sword power,
You get 2 instead of
you
1.
multiply
I
it
getcha.
by the efficiency.
Yeah. I
You
got you. I
have-
got you. What you're saying. Yeah. So I get twice out of it. Yeah. So 1 sword power efficiency. I got you. Makes sense.
And then you got sword obsessor and hard work.
Yep.
And those will be pretty good for you guys.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this works, but I was trying to unfold or fold out. It was in Observer Condition.
Condition? What do you mean?
So a level of my sword is never affected by its condition, or like my sword doesn't change its condition. It is set and it will never shatter, it will never bend, it will never rust, it will never get higher, or well, like it will never do anything. But I was going to say, like, I was about to say shatter, but I'm just like, I don't want it to
Again,
just
doesn't
not
protect your sword.
shatter.
It's just sword power.
Yeah, they're 2
Sword
separate
power.
entities.
Yeah, your sword is different than your sword power.
Okay, so calcification. Um,
That would be pretty nice, though, having some sort of special thing to it that protects your sword. But you're unfortunately the only grouping that can protect their sword like that is sharpness.
Gotcha. Cuts everything that tries to affect the sword.
Right. It doesn't even get to the sword. Technically, sword power people potentially can do that, but it basically makes their sword a Leidenfrost sword, like the Leidenfrost effect, which makes it a lightsaber.
Wild. Okay.
Downside is, oftentimes they can't control the effect to only be an external expression. It expresses the effect outwards, and oftentimes, if they lose concentration, that effect also goes inwards, which obliterates their sword.
Elements.
Yeah, get rid of them.
Okay. So hold on.
Should have like keep sword weight, keep demonic swordsmanship, keep
Your sharpness aura.
sharpness, keep or like
Okay. So far, I got 2 slots left. I've removed.
you don't have
key.
slots. You don't have to worry about it. Like I'm saying, probably no more than 10. The less you can have, the usually the better.
Okay.
But you know.
Okay. I've removed Qi, Qigong, Life, Tao, or just Life, poison, curses, devouring, calcification. We're keeping demonic, we're keeping sharpness, we're keeping power, we're keeping weight, because obviously density was brought up, so keep density. Sword mass
You don't need to
efficiency.
have a dictionary's worth of words. You can use more generalized techniques because you can have weight just be mass.
Okay.
Weight and density.
Yep.
If you really want to, I can ask Johnny for his list. His list is clean and short, and you would only add demonic techniques to that list.
For example, what I'm doing for my flexes, Chungpo,
Mhm.
is I already pretty much had my baseline at level 2 for my foldings. The rest of them, I'm taking away whatever influence Eclipse would have on me through each of the folds.
Which is a great idea because if you don't, he will imbue cruelty. He will imbue mercilessness.
Okay.
He will
Now,
imbue evil.
are those hypothetically emotions?
No, those are
Mentality?
Tao outputs.
Yeah, it's
Those are
like being infected by his Tao in a sense, because you're combating each other, and he's a higher level swordsman than we are, and a higher like he's a senior in a sense for us.
and enclosed exposure over the course of 10 years with this guy, and he's teaching you hands-on teaching. His Tao is he has a truth crystal. Like he is going to infect you with his truth.
Okay, yeah, so hang on a second. Level 9, cruelty, mercilessness.
You can just have it be external Tao,
External DAOs. Okay.
which means not just his, but other Tao.
External DAO. That's a nice, clean, concise word. Okay.
Because you also don't really even want your own Tao in the sword, which is why
Yeah.
my original questions were like, if separate from your Tao and separate from your the rest of your character sheet and your other practices, what are you as a swordsman? Because you should have it separate.
Yeah. External DAO. What I remove from my sword power. Sword energy, however you want to word it. Could I? Well, I don't know. There's what would you call the swordsman that steps in front of somebody? That steps in front of the person that swings cruelty, or swings cruelly to somebody that just gets in the way and says, "No, I'm not letting you swing your sword." Is that something that or a feeling or something that I could fold in? Or is that too concepty? Hey, that's just you living your character. Do that if you want to do it. Don't put it into your sword energy.
I mean,
I think that's not. I think that one's more of just play your character rather than having it be a part of this. Let's see. What else can I remove as something as a. Oh, also, if I am adding in external Tao as you're folding this out, and I have poison and life as some of the things that I was folding out, and those were aspects of me, should I
you're
then
not
get rid of
folding them
those?
out of you. You're just folding them out of
The
just
sword.
the sword power reserve. As it affects nothing else.
Yes, but if external Tao then also covers those two, should I then open two more slots? Or what? There's so much that I'm removing.
I would potentially recommend keeping poison and devour.
Poison and devour.
Or in this case, devouring poison and poison.
Okay.
Because that way, when you wield your sword power,
Mhm.
you can then express poison through your sword power. You can also eat poison through it. And you are of a tier of devour that you really don't have to fucking worry about other poisons. And if you do, that's a good opportunity to have a snacky.
Okay. What else do I even have?
Yeah, so don't worry too
I
much.
should keep Gestalt, right?
You don't really have to worry about that. Just don't even bother including it. It's that's
Understood.
just a facet of your sheet. You express Gestalt. Your sword doesn't.
Can't.
So why don't you put that down for a short sec? You can
Okay.
always come back to it. I'm
Yep.
not going to have you set it in stone until we actually fight the 4th checkpoint
Understood.
opportunity.
Okay.
So take a look at level 4.
Yes.
The major 2 things you get
Yeah.
are hard work
Mhm.
and you get an efficiency. You also get the sword obsessor, of course, but that one is pretty good because you can also just tell the condition of a sword. So especially with this is particularly potent with sharpness obsessors because they can tell how much sword damage they're dealing. Because oftentimes sharpness users, they go after your sword first and hack it to pieces, and then eventually your sword gives out, and then their sword arc follows through and you're cut in half. But instead of chips and cuts, you would be dealing cracks in the sword. So you can tell if your weight is doing durability damage to a sword. Or if it's not. You can also just pick up a sword at the market and look at it and go, this thing's a piece of shit. Or, hey, this is not too bad. Like you have a keenness for it. That's what Sword Obsessor is. Hard work. You can now study the sword while resting, so long as some conditions are met. You got the extra bonus, which was the mass efficiency. Johnny got power efficiency. Very simple level. Level 5 is where it starts to get a little goofy. You get Sword Eye. This is where you, during like fights or if you're just watching other people, this is why people practice in private. And it's considered extremely rude, if not a hostile action, to watch somebody practice the sword that you don't know, that didn't give you permission. Because Sword Eye allows you to potentially pick up their stuff while they're practicing and learn what they do, what they have, and kind of figure it out on a intuition level.
Okay.
It is pretty darn essential when you're fighting another strong opponent.
That
Do I
one.
stay or do I go?
Then you have Sword Echoes. This is where Johnny has a bit of an advantage on you, because Sword Echoes allows you to lay on something you already have again. So in this case, any effect, feature, or ability, fumble also counts, but he also took failure out of the blade, right?
Yep. But I
So-
took that out a while ago, though.
Mhm. So yeah, technically, an effect like fumble, he can double the fumble or apply it again. So he can stack fumble faster. Feature also means things like devastating or felling. Each hit, you can change it up, but you get to apply 1. So if felling's not working, devastating's not working, maybe you got to get a little goofy and you got to do something else. It doesn't apply to things like efficiency or some other number manipulation to the reservoir itself, but usually something when you swing the sword and it has some sort of feature or ability on the blade, you can have it trigger a second time.
Hey Matt,
So
fumble for me is my weapon trait of choice that describes your sword energy and is applied to all your swords you wield. So that's where that's coming from, and not just failure itself.
you crazy homie, as in a good
That's
way.
why I took failure out, because failure was more of a Tao aspect compared to just
Solid.
So anyway, continue.
Yeah, which means you can then apply fumble an additional time every time you come into sword contact with somebody. So a little goofy. So sword eye, sword echoes, very strong. But hey, look, +1 sharpness. It's pretty good. Sharpness truly only becomes spectacular 10 plus. But
Similar to my
show
weight.
yeah, especially with your weight. But you're not gonna have a problem. You have weight efficiency, and you have more weight than Johnny does because you picked weight.
Mhm.
So it can get pretty big. But again, 5 is pretty simple. Level 6. You have actually reached what the path considers mastery in the sword, and its basics, as in the stances, how to move the blade, spending as little energy as possible to make the sword move. Technically, it's sword mastery. Still, you're not called a sword master because the path has a different set of requirements for that. But you've reached mastery in the basics. That gives you a huge bonus to progress and a huge bonus to rolls related to the sword. You also have an instinct for the missing link. Fortunately, you have a teacher to get you through these stages, but this is where you can just kind of figure out what you're missing and how to get it.
Okay.
You can still use this going forward. So that's why insights and enlightenments are still going to be very
Useful.
valuable. Yeah.
Auto hit attacks with a sword in hand. You said DOS. Your set DOS is as if you rolled a 50 on the die. Fuck.
Yes.
So just automatic 50s.
Yeah. Automatic 50s. Doesn't mean the DOS, but as if the die rolls. So you would calculate how many DOS could I reach
With a 50.
with a 50, and that's before you apply any other like key or effect that enhances DOS. Whatever doesn't require resources when you swing it, that's your number. If you do apply resources and you're doing auto hits, you don't increase the DOS. That's the downside of auto passing. So if you want number of DOS go up, you have to do the math and you have to roll the dice. So a little bit more sword superiority, obviously. This is where you get to start to bully people. At level 6, a lot of swordsmen go out and just bully lessers because it's just too much fun to them. Because they get magnitude in addition to all the other cool stuff. A lot of people on the earthly path, this is kind of where they stop. It's just too hard to go forward. But you do get 2 technique slots. Level 7. This is where people think that they're the best. Like, what can stop me now? Look at me go. This is why it's, soaring and free. This is also the level in which you can actually start to learn from ancestors. Sword Tracer allows you to look at marks of the sword, kind of like similar to sword keenness, where you can look at a sword and go, I can tell the condition of it. You can look at marks made by swordsmanship and kind of get that wuxia like phantom vision of the guy making, doing his kata or doing his practice making the sword marks. And you can kind of start to learn swordsmanship through the damage the sword has made. Oftentimes, martial ancestors will leave profound sword attainments cut into a large stone slab, if you've ever seen that in a wuxia comic. And then the protagonist walks up and learns profound swordsmanship just by staring at a bunch of cuts on the wall. You can, at this level, start to read those. So, pretty cliche sword wuxia stuff. Sword strikes, I think you both will like, because you guys are pretty into attacking as many times as you can. Especially you, Poe. Basically, this helps reduce action economy costs for attacks. And then, of course, freedom of the moving edge. It is another way to ignore penalties to hit people.
Okay.
Yeah, so note that it doesn't protect you from other people's swordsmanship. It reduces cult shot penalties so that you can just freely hit people where you want to hit them. And then, of course, the little caveat on the end. You guys remember the critical damage chart?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
If you take 9 or more critical damage to the head or torso, your character dies. You've now reduced this to 7 if you hit them in the head or torso and deal 7 or more damage. Target's dead.
Okay.
So increase the death range of your swordsmanship. So much more deadly. And then you get more weight, and then you get another technique. Now, this is where most people give up. So level 8 swordsmanship, you have reached what is called a wailing wall. The swordbreaker wall. Eclipse gives
Gotcha.
you one core teaching. You must prepare for the ascent. You cannot cut through this wall. That's why it's the sword breaker wall. It'll break your sword trying to cut through it. You have to scale it. But it's a sheer surface, which makes it impossible to scale. Except the sword breaker wall is communal. Everyone who pursues the sword, regardless of the path, comes upon this exact wall. You'll notice there are marks on the wall. If you look up and crane your neck up, there are cuts made by excellent swordsmen who can actually prevent their sword from breaking and leave marks on the wall. You don't have to worry about making your own. Not until later. Your seniors before you have done all the work. You merely have to follow the correct cut lines. If you follow the ones that speak to you and match your swordsman style and swordsman outlook, you can scale the wall using those cuts as purchase points. It also includes that once per combat turn, so once per round, and if you have a initiative pass, you may take one attack actionless. Can't be the first attack, and it has to be of a lower action economy than the previous. So if you make a half action attack, the actionless one would have to be a bonus action or less. But it's free. So the bigger strike you make, the cooler the free hit can be. So if you make a complex attack, you can have a full action attack be free. Sword power body. this is the cool part where you can now wrap not just your sword, but your entire body in sword power. This is the unassailable sword body. If they don't have a means of getting through, you're technically invincible. As long as you can maintain the power, the cost of maintaining it, because it is 1 for each part of your body plus 1 for the sword per round. So Johnny will have this thing running forever. It'll be a little bit more costly for you, Mr. Poe, but you still can. And I think 7 sword powers, not so bad.
No. I can do that for a while.
Pretty much. Then you both got Pursuant of Jubilation because you guys are like, swordsmanship's fun. So in the higher levels of swordsmanship, you're going to need special types of talent. Otherwise, you're going to go nowhere. That talent's divided up into a whole bunch of things, but you get to know a sneak peek at 2. You will get +1 to sword attainments, but you will lose talent towards Destroyer. Because you're not out to destroy others, you're there to learn swordsmanship for the sake of swordsmanship itself. Swordsmanship is fun for you guys. Enjoyable, even. Not everybody sees the swordsmanship the same. Some people learn swordsmanship out of revenge, and they want to destroy. Not you guys. Yes.
Seeking Horizons.
Yes. Fine thing.
Yeah.
That's why I tapered off for a moment.
Sorry. My bad.
But yeah,
I'm the sunrise and sunset of swordsmanship. Many do not get the chance. Many do not get the chance at splendor. Okay. So, what is that closer to flavored? Okay, sorry.
it is flavor, but anything that doesn't have an ability attached to it is a Dao related thing. It can be leveraged for things like Dao points or Dao defense, Dao assault. Like,
Okay.
there's a lot of things you can do with it. Because I mean, imagine you're like looking at the horizon at the top of the wall, and somebody's trying to like outmaneuver you in a Dao talk about swordsmanship, and you're like, dude, have you even seen the top of the wall? Who are you to say you know more about swordsmanship than me? Seriously. Do you know what I had to do to get there? So you can also use it in things like your own Dao arguments. If you're somebody's like, you pathetic fool, I'm superior on swordsmanship to you. Have you been to the top of the wall yet, dude? What do you mean? There's no wall. Oh, you're a sword sorer. You know exactly where they are.
You haven't even found the wall? Oof. Okay,
Ooh,
I know.
yeah, you're about to cry.
I realize because you still have more walls of text to give us, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to Chunpo would like to request at least one battle with everyone outside of our little sanctuary. Or even in our sanctuary, just to get like the feel before the next opportunity for what we can actually do now. And I'm trying to write down and keep track of our powers and stuff. And I just want to clarify as well, each with I've been given flux by Eclipse, so I have the +30 every time.
And the +1 weight.
Yes. Okay. Just
Yep.
wanted to make sure.
So the level 9 is Wall Runner.
Yes.
He has taught you that after certain like part of the wall, you can't scale it with current methods anymore. It's vertical, but now it's even harder to climb than ever. And now you have to make your own marks, but y'all don't have the swordsmanship for it, nor the talent. So they've developed invert the wall. Instead of running up a wall, you invert the perception of the wall, and now it's a floor. A lot easier to run on. So doing that affects one thing that the wall was applying to the entire time. You had to have overwhelming momentum in all of your activities to scale the wall further up. You guys can't overcome that difficulty without removing that.
Can I ask what you mean?
So once you get halfway up the wall, the marks no longer provide you purchase from your seniors. So every time you would want to make progress, because we've hand waved all the progress bars, all the teachings, all the the crazy stuff that you had to do for every individual eking tier.
Yeah.
There was a new requirement. You used to have catalysts. You used to have progress and teachings. And
No, you don't.
also had to do overwhelming momentum for literally everything to make it to the top of the wall.
Such a thing.
How do you do that? You'll be burning through your resources, insight, and enlightenment every session just to try and figure out how to get it.
Yeah.
And if you fail, you move down the wall. You can lose progress at this stage. A lot of people don't make it past it. He taught you, fuck that. We don't need that. Why are you running up the wall? Turn the wall into a floor and then shift the axis of perception. You're not running vertical, you're running flat. You're running horizontal now. The wall's on its side.
The ledge. Yeah.
Yeah, the wall's now on its side. It's not standing up. It's laying down.
Yes.
And that removed that requirement of having to need overwhelming momentum on everything. And it's now a walk in the park, a run on the wall now. Pun intended. So
how much did we pay for Eclipse again? Like, have we actually paid that debt?
All right, so there's a few things there. Lyron can speak up on this too for what's been done. One of the biggest things was the Balgrams that were the Balgrim, and I'm pretty sure Lyron sold the Black Iron Meteorite cube for different things there. So the biggest thing for you, Chungpo, is that you don't have all the sword resources that I do, because my vault's sword related and your vault's poison related. So
he did get a sword from Craw.
Yes, but that was one of the biggest things for sure. But it's mostly just like the other sword related resources, I guess. So yeah, the Balgrim was done for that.
Well, Eclipse is going to get you those resources. The difference is if you brought your own, it was cheaper, and you got to do a little bit more than somebody who had to buy the resources from Eclipse. He wouldn't be able to get you the special sword. You had to get that on your own, or he had to rip one out of you, and that usually killed the user.
Yeah.
Understood. But
you got one from Crawl.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know what sword you got from Crawl?
I believe it's alabaster. I got a white sword.
Okay.
That one, I'm not sure because like, depending on how we did it, because technically I believe there's still a week before Chunpo jumped into the month, but that week was, hey, here's the sword.
You're getting the one thing that he might not be able to get you.
Yes.
The rest of it, he was going to provide.
Okay. I do have So we got to level 10. We are now
We're still on level
peaks.
9 right here.
Well, okay. So, well then, is there anything that Shunpo and or Savalar would need to do at this stage?
Nope, we're just kind of going through it so that I can
Okay.
get to the bottom of 10, and then the spotlight's back on you. But I'm gonna technically hop to Casey for a short bit
Woo!
while you guys think it over, but we got to get there first. So reduce the difficulty of climbing. That's technically, you don't really need to worry about that until you come across another sword wall,
Okay.
because that would be really helpful
Running up the wall.
running up the wall if you had to do it on your own. But since you're being montaged, it's just
Yes.
part of the formula. This can also be used as a Dow anchor. This invert the wall, run the vertical. It's
Okay.
another one of those interesting Dow things that you can leverage. Because maybe you're trying to do something impossible and you're sitting there going, why is this so fucking hard? Let me just change the perspective. Just like I did with the wall. And then magically things become easier and you're like, why didn't I do this at the beginning? So it's a little Dow anchor you can use. You'll have to put something there, but it's available. Cresting the wall's peak and plant thine sword in its apex. This is where your alabaster swords come in. You can see the top of the wall, you run there and you crest it, land on the top, and slam that sword tip down into the top. You're not the only one with a sword there. The whole top of the wall is lined with countless swords, left, right, as far as the eye can see. You're one of many. So, regardless of the sword you plant, you still need one. However, this does some cool stuff. First off, it prevents you from sliding backwards, falling off the wall.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because at this point, or from the start of the wall to this point, you can actually lose progress. Didn't matter to you guys. Eclipse wouldn't have allowed you to slide backwards ever. Pain of death. So this is like a save point for progress. Boom, slam the sword in. Whoa! However, it also gives you a privilege that swordsmen of this level of achievement get. You guys, since it's not an ebony sword, you would get access to Slaughter Mountain if you did. You guys get access to a different place. You guys get access to, I called it the Hollow Mountain. How you get there might require a little bit of creativity and or interesting options, but you have the privilege of access. So if you do find it, the door's open for you and you're there. Wall Master will also be very potent for Yell. All damage is halved if someone is at the same swordsmanship as you. If they're even a smidge lower, you take half damage. You also get an Sword Epiphany track. It's another X track, just like the one you got earlier, the Sword Vessel at level 1. If you're particularly clever with your swordsmanship, and you have it built into your sheet, you can technically do both of the X tracks simultaneously. So you get X number of progress, apply it to both, if you have your character built that way. Sword Epiphany is a bit of a mystery, but it definitely will get you some of the higher level Dow concept stuff. This is where you also start to divide. Again, Johnny gets enhanced sword power body. So it costs him 2 energy per body per turn, or per limb per turn. So a whopping 14 per turn. Oh no. But it gives him an advantage over other people's sword power. So if he goes to hit somebody and you're like, well, I'm covered in sword energy. How can you break through it? Enhanced sword energy. He pays more.
Gotcha. Yes, he can.
You get sword mass power body. You still only pay 1. However, you take 1% less damage for each sword weight you have.
Is it sword weight over their sword weight?
No,
Or just, oh.
just yours. And yes, you can have over 100% damage reduction. They have to figure out a way to reduce that number. Often
Understood.
sharpness can cut and hack its way through it. It just goes, I ignore a percentile defense up to a certain number. Like I ignore 50% of your
Over
total.
100. Yeah.
Yeah, your 400 weight. Enhanced sword body just goes, all right, let's see how long that holds out for as I slam sword power into it over and over and over again. And you're like, okay, I can't hold this up. This is only when it's running. It's when you're paying it per turn.
Gotcha.
Yep. Then we, of course, get down to the bonus extra, an attainment fragment. Overcoming the wall or sword. So attainments are the big... What's the word? I just lost it. Big Tao concepts. Attainment is not just experience, it's like a transcendent epiphany, to use a word I already put in there. Like, you know something absolutely true. It could also be subjective or objective, that truth, but it redefines how your character operates. It's also a unique way you wield the sword. So a simple sword swing with an attainment could be an entire swordsmanship level of difference. And a fragment allows you to potentially do something with it. Turn it into a real one. I posted this one just recently, Johnny, while you were away. You probably had a chance to look at it, but at level 10 swordsmanship, you are standing atop the peak. You're standing on top of the wall. And you look out past the wall, what was behind it, at the horizon. In here, you have Seeking Horizons. You've scaled the wall, allowing you to see sunrise and sunset of swordsmanship. Many do not get a chance at this splendor. This is another Tao anchor that you can use. This also is you can use it in Tao discussions against other people. Swinging from the top, this is wildly powerful for Mr. Poe. Attacks with the sword have magnitude weight against those of a lower level of swordsmanship. Means your weight gets times 10 against other people of lower swordsmanship.
Just to clarify, does that then stack with my damage reduction? Or is that separate? And hey, you have this, but that doesn't affect your total weight.
Well, it doesn't affect your total weight number.
Okay.
You just get to apply it during the calculation. If you have an attack that says, I spent X sword power, I get to apply my weight to devastating. Well, now it's times 10 that. If you develop your sword power body to gain percentile magnitude in defense against lower level swordsmanship, that's something you can research and develop as an obsessor in the sword. So yes, technically you could, but not as it is.
Understood.
It also just might be a merit purchase away. Who knows? Steeped in power. Oh, I needed to change this for you, Poe. I knew I missed something.
I'm sure it's very similar.
It's very
Make
simple.
one power. Make one
Steeped
blank
in-
technique of your choice.
I
Steeped in
fixed the
mass.
text. I just didn't
Yeah.
change the word in the text box.
Yeah.
So steeped in weight. Make one sword mass technique of your choice. You get to make a sword power technique of your choice.
Woo!
You also have true sword mass power body. He has true sword power body. Once again, he gets to pay 3 per turn per limb, so 21. Ooh, such a huge number for Johnny. Oh my gosh. I don't know
I'm
how
thinking
he's
like
ever
what?
going to pay for it.
Yeah, plus 300 each a turn. Like,
It's 600
that's
because
still
at the lower tier he doubles all
so like
sword power he has.
so just 200 turns before even contemplating one.
And he also then can prey on enhanced sword power bodies because it's a lower tier.
Hmm.
You, same thing. However, you now have reduced it by 2% for each weight. And yes, it can go above 100. And they have to find a way to get that number below 100. This also does really goofy things with the center of gravity. So if you want to do some goofy stuff with gravity, this is like
Perfect.
some stuff you can do. If you want gravity to be affected by or able to affect your sword power, this might not be bad.
Understood.
Same with you. There is a difference. You do have to say gravity and gravity qigong because they're two separate things.
Yep.
But you can make an exception for just those two, and now you can use gravity with your weight and mass. And then who knows if people can dodge anymore? You make a swing and you wield so much weight, and you put gravity qigong on it. If they wanted to dodge, they're just pulled back into the center of the gravity field. So they have to block it. And you're like, you should never block my sword strikes. But they don't get a choice. You can build
You
that.
shouldn't, but good luck.
Right. You also get 3% Gestalt for getting here.
Good shit, good shit.
It's pretty good. Yeah, good. So this one's a little goofy. For you, Johnny, you get power reserve. You can
Yep.
reserve up to 10% of your total power.
Yep.
Separate it and then give it a modifier. How much is in it? So as your sword power potentially goes up again, that percentage is still the same. You have to pick a percent now.
I figured as much. Yeah.
And your attribute you have to pick now. You can combine it. It just isn't as strong. So if you use a little bit of both, you get half effects. If you only use the special attribute one, you get the full effect of what that special attribute is. Poe, you get something a little different. You get the same in weight. You can reserve up to 10% of your total sword weight and add one modifier reserved to that sword weight. So you can have it be like super massive heavy. That's an attribute.
Okay.
It does special things. And then you get embody your swordsmanship. When you align your behavior with the way you envision your swordsmanship, you get free action. So technically you get a half action, bonus action, free action, reaction.
You get a
That's
whole
why I
turn.
asked you those questionnaire stuff.
Yeah.
If you become a ruthless bastard and your whole paradigm shifts and you are no longer seeking swordsmanship for fun and enjoyment, and it's now for vengeance, you lose those instead. So it's a double-edged sword, pun intended. Of course, the extra bonuses, you get +1 weight, you get +1 to aura, you get another sword carving token, so you can leave teachings behind for other people. You get to make another technique, and then this is where I wanted to do a little bit of talk about it, and then go to Casey.
Yep.
The very bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
Leaping into the rising heat. Because what you guys are seeing at the top of the wall is the sunrise of your swordsmanship. Atop the wall, or whichever wall you are on, you can always see the sun. If you don't see the sun, that's not good. Because usually means your swordsmanship has set and you missed it. If the sun looks like it's forever on the rise, that means your swordsmanship is growing and can continue to grow. If it's at the middle of the sky, you're kind of at the peak of what you're capable of. There are, of course, ways to get to change it, but it's kind of an indicator of like how much more sword you can go into. And with the sun rising, there is this heat wave that bursts out. Clip says, you're not a real swordsman until you make this leap. Leap from the wall, into the sun, into the heat. Dance across the heat wave. But it's different for everybody. Some people just fall and plummet, and it's hilarious to watch them fall. Some people can literally ride the heat, like surfing a wave. Some people throw down their sword and do exactly that, and then just skate across the heat wave. It's not the same for everybody, and it has to align with your swordsmanship, and it has to be the right answer for you. Think about your subjective truth, what swordsmanship is to you, and what the correct way to get there using this heat. You two think on it, and in the meantime, we go to Mr. Lyron.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for your patience, homie. We would be doing this with you if you hadn't gone down a different path.
Yes, yes.
What you doing, homie?
I'm trying to scour anything that we have communication-wise currently to find what my form does, because it was not written evidently on my character sheet or in chat or in DMs.
Is that your magic girl transformation?
Yes. Do you have specifics on that?
Oh God, that was way back, like
It was
Bullet
way
Hell
back.
Mountain, and I haven't really seen you use it since.
Bullet Hell Mountain on the siege stage, where you guys had to take everybody that came with you and run
Yep.
at the guns.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
You were
then that's
dealing
where the
with
dude
your.
troops showed up.
Yep. Yeah. That was it. Yeah. For what you did, I mean, I have this session. We could go back and look at that, but I'll just. It would take a sec, but I could look.
Well, regardless of that, I do want to take that over to Aethram before I continue more training with V, along with the corpse of the Doot troop leader that I have, to see if they can extract the artifice from that to put it into the...
Aethram? Yeah, they're like, easy peasy, homie.
Oh, and one more thing, Aethram. I would like to be able to use this while utilizing nothing, but currently I fear it would destroy the device.
Yeah, you'd probably be very correct in that. Why do you have to use both?
Well, this is a very defensive artifact, purifies energies and controls it, so I would like to be able to utilize it and nothing offensively.
Well, I can tell you that most of its offensive capabilities have been removed. It does have offense. We just haven't collected the pieces. Technically, this craft, I'm going to say it's clever for an earthly design. In the Evelyn Road, they'd consider this a pile of garbage and they'd throw it in the trash. However, I don't know how they would treat it in the Cosmic Road. Because technically this would be an amplifier, and space is a big problem. Because space is space, space is big. So it's valuable for a different reason. it's not really meant for combat, even with its combat-esque features. If you got the whole thing fixed, I still don't think it's a competitive design. I can fix that, though. I'm an artificer. This is my wheelhouse. I can fix it. It'll need a lot of work and a lot of parts. Cosmic parts. But also, what do you want it to do?
Well, I was thinking of it more as a tool to purify energies than,
Sure.
well,
Do you
a
want it to
weapon.
be a battle suit, or can I just make it like a greave or a what's that called? The arm
Gauntlet?
sleeve that the gladiators wear from the shoulder all the way down to the hand. It's a
Bracer?
gauntlet. No, there's a special term for it.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called.
It's like a vambrace or something. No.
I think vambrace is just the wrist guard.
An armored sleeve. Basically, it goes up to your shoulder. It has a strap that goes from the shoulder around the torso and then around the back and reclips it so it keeps the thing there. But it would be an arm protection, and you can wield the nothing in the other arm. Because technically, what they would have to do is, if you want to wield it along with nothing swordsmanship, they would build you a bunch of one-time use tools like you have to use right now. So you would destroy the arm along with the sword when you use nothing, and then from a dimensional storage, you'd get another arm plus another sword.
Hmm.
It's not a good answer.
Well, I
The
lost my
vault.
hand like four times during the last opportunity. Could be worse.
A vault of arms.
Well, you lost it to a turtle, not to nothing. I don't know if you can get your hand back if nothing takes it.
Well, the new hand, technically, but I see what you mean.
So there's some really dumb methods that we can make work. However, do you want this thing to be a full suit, or do you want this to be something else?
Well, again, more of a tool to purify and separate energies.
I can just make an artifact for you that fits in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, but this does it in a weird way. I'm not really sure, actually.
What do you think is weird?
Well, it like separated tribulation energy.
Yeah. So
I guess I can do, but
it's not weird. That's advanced craft, which is why I thought this was clever. It's a clever design, what they did. It could be made better, though.
well, I guess I don't really want a combat suit out of it, I suppose.
Asking, do you want a suit at all?
No, I think a smaller object would be useful, and to keep the resonating properties of it. If you notice, it'll resonate with whatever it hits as well.
That's not hard.
Oh, also, can I get an energy storage device that's capable of, if at least one time, holding... I'll give him the units of energy that I end up having in my body.
And
The total
sure,
amount.
so long as it's not one of those freaky currencies that the frequencies you use.
Oh, those frequencies are just things I've memorized.
Right, but there's the freaky ones that you have that you oftentimes entrap and then release.
Oh, yes, those.
Energy's fine. You just got to keep it separate from those things.
So none of this phase star energy I have.
Or the rebel frequency.
Yes.
Keep that away from this energy storage, and don't, even if the energy storage is empty, don't put those in there.
Well, I'd like it to be something that can be shattered and absorbed very quickly.
Why would you need to shatter it? I'm just gonna make you a battery that you can fill and drain over and over again.
I need it to be done extremely quickly. I was going to put it in my fractal ring before going into the opportunity and, well, have myself drained of energy before going in.
I mean, yes, like speed is the name of the game. What's the point of having a resource pool if it's not immediately accessible and instantaneously accessible? I'm saying this is a battery you are hooked up to. Adding to it and draining is instantaneous.
Well, then, quick to attach. Like, can I take it out of my ring and put it on quickly?
At the opportunity?
Yeah.
No, that is the question. That's the question. You want to use and abuse the no replication rules.
Correct.
Okay, now I see what you're playing with, kid. Okay. I thought you were just wanting a battery and you would always be hooked up to it, but you want to do some shenanigans.
No,
All
I
right.
want to be running on empty when I walk in there, basically.
Technically, while you're falling through the space, I'll try and make it equipable as quick as possible. It's still probably going to take you about 10 seconds to equip. But the fight, from what I understand, doesn't start instantaneously the moment you get in there.
Okay.
If I remember it correctly, I fell through, and then I kind of floated and drifted down to a black inky surface, and then the copy of me slowly rose up from the floor. It was like a 30-second process.
So I'll have time to prepare.
You'll
If
have about
it's the
30
same.
seconds to prepare, and I can get this thing down to a 10-second equip speed, not including the time it takes for you to exit through the ceiling and then slowly float down to land on the floor.
Yes,
So
is
the
the copy
process is about a minute.
taken when you go through the ceiling, though?
The copy process is when you go through the moon and you travel through the moon channel.
So anytime
copying-
past that, it's safe to...
Yes, anytime past that. So you got about 1 minute, 30 seconds to go from the ceiling to the floor, and then 30 seconds for the thing to copy to come up out of the floor.
Okay.
But I can get it down to 10 seconds. That's the fastest I can do it. It also might hurt to equip it.
That's fine.
No. But yeah, I can do that. Are you wanting to have it now and then fill it, right? And then unequip it and such? Put it in the ring and then re-equip as you're about to fight, right? That's the plan?
Yes.
Okay. That's easy. Yeah, I can do that. Are you also going to store the amplifier / purifier in the ring as well?
Oh, no, that's more of a long-term project for you. I don't think I'll be using it in the fight.
Okay, because technically I could get it done, and maybe the battery won't be like my best work, because
I'd like you to focus on the battery if possible.
yeah, I'll make you a good battery. It'll take me about a week, so, and that'll be a pretty damn good battery. That also gives me another couple weeks to work on stuff. So, anything else you need that you want to cheat with? Oh, don't forget to put that defensive lotus, the artifact I gave you, into the fractal. I don't want that copied by your enemy because it will kill you.
That is very fair. And I can just use that, I suppose. Though that would
You would
not be very impressive.
probably want to save that for a senior if they force a fight with you. because that's what it's always been for. It's meant to protect you from people above your weight class while I'm not there to help you.
Fair. And I suppose I'll be fighting myself with very little resources. Except for the sword energy, I suppose.
Yeah, the less energy, the better. Or less resources, the better. Because that means the less they can copy.
Going naked with a ring on. They also can't copy the suit, I'm assuming, from the
Correct.
conflux.
Correct, yeah. Which is kind of goofy.
Okay.
Yeah, also try not to use the artifact, because you'd ruin the opportunity to, like, learn something. Fighting a
Yes, of
peer at
course.
your level. But again, I don't want you to die either. Although I haven't really heard anyone like dying in a long time to this thing. You just get beaten and you get kicked out. Unless, of course, you are a ruthless bastard yourself. Like, you would never show mercy to an opponent, even if it was myself. If you're that type of person, you're probably going to die to your copy if it defeats you, because you wouldn't show mercy. It won't. But with you yahoos, y'all are this kind of happy-go-lucky, if you beat somebody, they get to live and they get to come back and fight you another time. Like, you guys are pretty nice guys.
I guess we didn't tell you about this opportunity last time.
Huh?
This guy got murdered real hard by me.
Huh.
And then there was this berserker fellow who very ruthlessly murdered.
Well, were they people with reason? Would they leave you alone if you asked them to go the opposite way, or were they just relentlessly attacking you?
The berserker was just relentlessly attacking.
Well, that's
This
self-defense.
guy, I'm not really sure. He didn't say a word to me or attack me before I killed him.
Well, do you do that to just normal, like everybody, or is it people like this?
Yeah, people like this.
What's the relationship? Is it like some sort of grudge, some sort of...
Oh, he's from a religious cult on my home planet and was most likely coming to kill me and retrieve this artifact.
You're not a vicious bastard. That's just self-defense. Proactive self-defense.
Fair.
Probably would have killed you anyway.
He might have tried it.
If they go a different direction, if you were to say, hey, leave me alone, pretty please, and they didn't, then it's self-defense, right?
True.
And you didn't go viciously try and attack and murder everyone else, right? It was just these guys from your homeworld coming after you.
Also
And then,
true.
Of course, yeah, so you probably have a strong chance of creating a copy that if they beat you, you just get kicked out and you get to live.
Sure enough. And do you have a way for me to store more esoteric resources, such as these antagonist points?
Huh?
Is that something that my character knows about his antagonism in game, right?
Yeah, you know about it. The phrasing was difficult for them to understand. I know what you're getting as the GM, but the character Aethram is like, what was that, coach?
3 to store these, I guess, this energy that lets me, I guess, take away people's momentum. I'm not really sure what it does, but it seems to hinder them.
Antagonism?
Yes.
Oh, you're probably thinking about an artifact similar to what Lorekeeper gave Mr. Poe, right? The one that helped him build up protagonism?
Yes, except I don't necessarily need it to store more than I have.
I cannot. That is a fucking weird resource. However, I'm gonna go talk to Lorekeeper and see if I can borrow one or purchase one from them in exchange for some work. So technically, yes. Personally, not only do I not have the resources, it's not my expertise. That is some real esoteric stuff. Blech.
Okay.
I mean,
And
it's
I'm guessing
easier to
narrative
catch
points are
fate.
things that are not known by the character at all.
They wouldn't call it narrative points. They would consider it utilizing your truth on the path.
Ah.
Basically, your internal influence on the path.
So, also, just ways to store anything that would influence my truth on the path.
Oh gosh. You want some really big ticket items. I'm not saying I can't get my hands on them. I'm saying I can't make them.
Yes, that's fine. And perhaps if I'm just borrowing it, it will be less of an issue.
True. You're really wanting to lean into some BS in this upcoming fight. All right, no, I support it. Cheating, you're not
Course.
trying.
I don't know what I'm going to be up against, as in my case, I had to talk to my Dow Master to have
Oh,
them
that's
get
right.
something from their faction that will give an alternate timeline version of myself. So I don't know what I'm fighting.
Oh my gosh, you're the specialist of snowflakes. You have something that not only can it not replicate, without it in its actual state, you fall apart, which means you don't get an opponent. So your master's rigging it so you get an alternate time. Oh my gosh, that is so truth faction.
So yes, I would like all the advantages I can get, because I don't know what I'm walking into.
All right, bet. I'm gonna go see if I can wheel and deal and maybe charm the relics out of Lorekeeper. This is so funny. You proud of yourself?
Depends on if it works.
You know, that's fair.
Oh, and while you're talking to Lawkeeper,
Yeah, what's
can
up?
you get something that stores and locks away knowledge?
Mm, there's a lot of stuff that does that. There's really bad ways, really efficient and good ways. There's also really dumb ways of doing it. There's permanent ways of doing it. Like, give me a little bit more context, because memory
I
manipulation
would like
is.
to store my... Well, this might actually be very dangerous, and something you can't do. Can you store a brow mark?
Oh Jesus. No, not to my knowledge. The moment you pull that off or disassociate yourself from it, you've dissociated yourself from it, as if you don't want
That's
it
what I
anymore. It's like you're
figured.
casting it off yourself, which means you lose the brow mark. I
And it
don't know if
probably
that's the
kills
plan.
you with most ways to do that, forcibly.
Yeah, pretty much. I thought you were gonna do like, I have my plan, my like attack plan in my head, and I don't want the copy of me to know my plan of attack. So I'm gonna forget it briefly and hide it away, and then unlock it as I come down. I thought that was what you were up to, and I was like, technically, yeah, I could do that. I could help you with that. But you're like, go the most extreme idea possible.
Well, maybe.
Much that I want to
Uh,
talk about right
No, I
No.
think I'll let it. We'll leave that alone.
Well, here's the
We'll,
thing.
we'll,
It's an
we'll just do
alternate
that.
timeline. You in this alternate timeline, hypothetically, would you still try to accomplish the same brow mark in the same
See, I
way?
don't know. The only reason that I went for learning the pinnacle art so much is because it was a way to leverage nothing. So maybe they wouldn't have gone to get these pinnacle arts and would have just instead focused on swordsmanship.
Knowing you, I think you would still have a brow mark. But I think this alternate timeline of you will have a different one.
Possible.
Person that instead has leveraged everything.
Or just swordsmanship.
Hmm.
Could have just done the 10 years and become a tier 10 swordsman like you guys did.
And then kept going.
And then kept going.
So it's like, yeah, so
Imagine from the perspective of the other timeline, just like, wait a second, I myself took up nothing?
Yeah, everything else seemed like a bother.
honestly, the copy of you is going to be more flabbergasted than you going, oh, that's what I would look like if I just didn't make those decisions.
You went in there? I avoided that.
Or maybe they didn't summon the face star at all. You had to go far back enough in time and get a different result on that die roll for visitation.
You could look completely different.
Completely different, right? Because the whole probably you would have still have touched it if the visitation was the face star. It's almost inevitable. But if it's
True.
a different celestial object that shows up, well, you would have gone down a different timeline, yeah.
Given the DM so much work for this opportunity for me.
You know what? That's part of the fun, man.
You still have a few sessions before that happens.
Yep.
I should not interject with literature that I've seen yet.
Okay.
You guys finish your conversation.
Well, those are the only things that I need for you for the upcoming opportunity, Aethram. Do you have any advice from your time in the opportunity?
They are faster than you think they are. Like, shockingly fast. Even as an artificer, they were faster to activate artifacts. They could do it more at the same time. They're just... Imagine you in a snapshot, and then that person perfected the tools they have. They thought of combinations you haven't. They thought of combo attacks that you haven't. They thought of strategies you haven't. They have no hesitation. That's another thing. They don't sit around going, what do I do? No, they already know what they're doing, and they're on you. They are oftentimes relentless. But remember, well, with the exception of you, obviously, because you're going to be fighting a different version of you. So it's going to be hard to use this piece of advice, but technically they should have everything you have going in. So technically you can learn what they're doing. In fact, it's one of the greatest teaching opportunities, because technically if they have everything you have and it looks like they're doing wild stuff you couldn't do, well, yes, you can. I don't know. You can't really use that advice because there's alternate timeline version.
What about if I do win the martial ancestors?
Fuck.
Because based on your
depends on who shows up.
saying, fair. I assumed you won because you were very happy that I was looking to cheat.
Yeah, I cheated. I showed up with a fractal ring as well, and I had some toys in it that I didn't want to be copied. And I had to use one of my master crafts. I was so sad that I was just unable to beat the other me without cheating. Sometimes it's just how it is. Very rare to win without cheating.
Well, based on what you said, that seems likely that it is. I guess if you can manage to get the first strike on your opponent, and you have
Well,
overwhelming offense compared to your defenses.
they're
I'm just
they're
saying
gonna
the
hit,
hypothetical
they're
where
gonna
they.
hit you first, guaranteed.
Oh, I'm not saying in my situation. I'm saying in the situations where the people won that they didn't cheat.
You know that would be a significant advantage, but they're so fast. I imagine they would be like, "Oh, well, we're starting this way," and then they would continue their work. But yeah, shit. I don't. For you, if we're gonna go to martial ancestors, depends on who shows up. Um, Obviously avoid the guys that look at you like a snack. It's not a perverted thing. It's a I like to kill things type of way. There's a lot of bastards out there that just like killing people. So watch out for those guys. Some of them think themselves a master. They're copies, and they can't improve. And some of them are really powerful copies. Don't take them as a master because they're just copies. However, I have heard some weirdos in there snatch you up, teach you some stuff, and say, "Go find me on the path. Kill me if you can." I look forward to
I
our
hate that
fight.
guy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some really weird motherfuckers in there. Like, their copy is supporting them on the path, which is a wild thing to think about. Like, the mentality you have to have as a cultivator would be strange.
If you see me on the path, say this one specific really weird phrase. I'll know what it means.
Yes. And now we're fighting.
Yeah.
But if you lose, probably won't kill you. I'll teach you some stuff and set you back out on the path so you can get stronger and so we can have a better fight later. There's
Then
some
again,
really
it's been
weirdos.
1,000 years, so who knows?
Right. But I mean, some people avoid this opportunity, go about their business, and come back because it's a really good one. You get to
What
fight
I heard.
yourself. So you're gonna have some martial ancestors in there going, "Heh, I finally got around to it." And you're like, "Why are you here?" But the vast majority will be juniors and whatnot. Avoid anyone with the name of Saint, King, Emperor, or the other special snowflake titles.
That is a good advice, unless it's something in particular I want to learn from them, I suppose.
I'm not. Who knows if they'll teach you or like force it on you? That's the thing. Not all of those special snowflakes are nice guys. Some of them go, "I think these precepts are good for you. You get them whether you like them or not." And you look at them and go, "Well, this one's kind of okay, but the rest of these are bad for me."
And
If
I
you have them out.
suppose, even if I have met these people on the path, it is from their past, so they might act differently anyway.
Yeah, and they wouldn't know you. Avoid finding anybody who controls space and time. I hate those
Yeah, that
guys.
seems like
If you
something that I really couldn't do.
if you really want to pick someone, pick. Ooh, here's a good one. You are a practitioner as they gently boop your brow mark. You are a specialist. Find inspiration. Pick somebody that might have some inspiration to help you make your pinnacles. They don't have to be a pinnacle user themselves, just
Could be doing something that is particularly interesting
find an
or
interesting
useful.
guy. Yeah. And honestly, if you pick well, you might get a guy who's like, "Is that a brow mark?" And then they're now immediately curious. And some of these guys, they haven't found somebody to teach their stuff to.
Oh.
because no one can learn it. But maybe they'll be so intrigued and curious, like, could you learn this strange thing I figured out? And they'll try and teach it to you.
Is there an emperor or a saint of pinnacles?
No, that's really fucking weird. I'm not saying there isn't, but not to my knowledge. Maybe you're the guy.
Maybe.
But do you want that title? Do you know the point of those roles?
To be at the front of whatever it is.
Yes, and then to be a stepping stone for everyone on the path going forward. You're supposed to shine brightly, lead, define, push the avenue of what you were doing further, make a new milestone, and then you burn out.
Oh.
And then the next guy defeats you, usually your disciple, takes your title, does the same thing, pushes at another milestone, burns out. That's the Saints.
So it's an inheritance similar to a brow mark then.
Technically, but you can also have both. It
That
just means you
sounds-
might get one more milestone before you burn out. But that's the point of the Saints. They're not at the pinnacle forever. In fact, they often don't survive the age. We probably have thousands and thousands of Sword Saints before this age is over. But every Sword Saint that rises means swordsmanship goes farther and becomes more complex, more profound, more higher attainments of swordsmanship can be reached. But then they burn out, and a new guy takes his place and does the same. Emperors and kings are a little different, but they still technically burn out at a certain point. They just do it in a different fashion, and they push that specific thing to the next level.
Hmm.
The Emperor
You're saying it's
Progress,
usually the disciple that becomes the saint afterwards.
oftentimes.
What if you set up like a regressor loop or something to continually be the saint?
Honestly, I have no idea. There's probably some bastards that do that. Or there's some guy who goes, I've raised my disciple to my specifications, obliterates their soul, transfers their soul into the new body. That's technically not reincarnation, but it's a new lease on life, so to speak. A smart guy would take the youthfulness of a youth or a young soul and strip it so that your soul doesn't age well past the body. But some people aren't skilled enough.
Oh, this also
It's really
seems
dark.
like something the slaughterhouse would do.
Actually, only a small group of them do that. You know who does that more often than anybody? The Orthodox faction. If you can
Interesting.
believe that shit. Yeah.
So it is something that is condoned.
Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely taboo. It's turbo forbidden. It's just done behind closed doors.
Interesting.
Yeah. Usually they're done within cults. And yeah, the most well-known cult is in the demonic faction, the heavenly demon cult. So
But
they don't
it's
do
not
that
the
for the
well-known
heavenly
ones,
demon.
though.
That's the funny part. The heavenly demon doesn't do that. Some of their sorceress subordinates do that. But since they're the most popular, and of course they're reviled by everyone on the path because, demonic practitioners. Obviously they're condoned for it. But they do it the least. Most of them die in combat, and they do it with a smile on their face. It's the Orthodox faction people that want to live forever. They want to reach apotheosis by hook or crook. Book or crook. That's the one. And they'll do anything to do that. And if they need a new lease on life, absolutely they'll kill their disciples to do that. The heavenly demon doesn't need that technique. They have the myriad body technique. When they die, they split their body and their consciousness and their mind into 1,000 vessels, and all of them cultivate the path individually. Some of them die, most don't. And when it's time for the heavenly demon to ascend, all of those copies combine their cultivation.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, he's a problem. But that's why if you run into Chianma on the path, he's imminently killable because that's just one of the myriad bodies. Or you make a friend out of him, and maybe the collective, when it's rejoins, goes, "Hey, I remember that guy. He was okay." And he might grant you one wish or one mercy, or grant you a favor. Like, it depends on how you
How long
deal
has
with
he
it.
been doing this? If this is a thing that
Since the beginning of the age,
interesting.
if not the tail end of the previous one. Also does it on not just this path. The Heavenly Demons cult's main branch, the main headquarters, is on the Heavenly Road. They have sub branches on every other road. When he does the myriad body technique, it's on every path. All 5. He is probably the closest to actual apotheosis. However, there are some cosmic bastards that are just fuck. I can't even fathom their cultivation or how they got there or how they over like shot Shanma's efforts. They must be doing some wickedly wild stuff. I have no idea.
I guess we'll probably find out when we go there.
Honestly, I hope you don't. Like, imagine having that conversation. Or if you ask and what they would do about it. Like, I'd rather you live.
Fair.
Yeah. You know that you become a different person using that technique? Because 1,000 personalities develop themselves and then recombine.
I imagine he's changing all the time.
But there's advantages to that, but you're a different person every time. It's technically you did truly die when you use the technique. Because the person who comes back is not the same. So it's still Chianma, the heavenly demon, just the new one. Funny though. It's so rare that he does this because it takes forever for him to reach the stage where he has to do it. Most of his subordinates think they killed him and took over the cult. It is really funny.
Huh.
They're like, "Oh, I killed Janma." No, you were the device in him using the cultivation technique because somebody has to kill him. He can't do it himself. So he has to be defeated. And when he's defeated, he splits.
Now,
But it looks like he
if
died.
this has happened a whole lot, why would they think that he's died?
I don't know. Records are lost. People don't know better.
They think they're different.
Yeah, they think they're different. They think they're the one who actually defeated Chanma. I'm the special one. I use the super special Chanma killing weapon. I don't know. It's funny. To me, at least.
So, is the best way to befriend him to, I guess, fight him if I see him?
Yeah, basically, you just help him develop. That's it. Give him some resources, fight him a bunch, but don't cripple or kill. Yeah, just help him develop as a cultivator. Treat him maybe like a Tao companion for a little bit, but eventually he has to go his own way because you don't want the heavenly demon in your group for too long. Bad shit happens to him all the time. The heavens hate him. And on the earthly road, they have a lot of authority to fuck him over. Most of him on the heavenly or the earthly road don't survive.
Interesting.
So, and if you're near him and the heavens see you're helping him, heavens are really fucking petty from what I remember.
Well, thank you for the projects that you're willing to do for me and this
Yeah, I got
information.
you.
I'm gonna go do some more movement mechanics and become more flexible. Oh,
You're
look what I can do now.
oh god, why you bend that way?
Because Master says I need to.
Yep, Master's right. For some unknown reason. Is that bent 180 degrees?
Oh yeah, and
How?
look what happens if I break my arm too.
Oh. Um. Please don't do that. That's really disturbing.
We can reach really convenient places that way.
Yeah, totally. You know, I'll keep that in mind for if I have to make you like some armor. I'll keep that in mind. Jesus.
Well,
I'm
thank
like
you, Master.
mostly horrified and disturbed, but there's a small sliver of me that's fascinated.
Are you saying this isn't normal flexibility techniques?
No, you're not supposed to bend that way. Also, why would you ever want to be able to bend that way? Like it's to the majority of the people on the path, that's undignified. It's like doing a lazy donkey roll. Your reputation forever gone. You lost all the face you
Yeah,
had.
but if they're dead, it doesn't matter, right?
Honestly, I love that mindset because I just know that people may not like you anymore. Yes, absolutely, they're dead. I suppose you could stab them from just the grossest angle.
I think that was the idea.
No, I'm starting to see it. And they're gonna have you do a couple contortions, but also make like a sword stab, and it's like, yeah, no, I could not see that coming. Perhaps ask your master if they have contortion combat techniques, like katas and forms, kind of like you would in swordsmanship, where you strike A into strike B, back into strike A, do strike C, type of like kata sword form.
Fair.
Ask them
My
if they
master
have
was
a.
going to start teaching me that after the footwork and movement and flexibility.
What are you missing?
Everything, evidently, still.
You know, your master has some very strict requirements. I don't blame them. Just, they also have a robot body? You don't?
It's fine, I've got my nature magic. I can fix my arms.
Indeed. Indeed you do. Yeah. Do you need pain reducers?
You get used to it after training for months
And,
with my master.
I mean, used to it versus, okay, maybe, do you use the pain as a gauge to know when it's fixed?
I do need to know if something breaks while I'm bending my arm the way I just did.
Okay, well, do you want pain reducers just in case you need to fight through?
Is
Think
my
on it.
character anywhere close to, like, hitting their pain threshold with 299 toughness?
Well,
And
no, but at the same time, don't you
299
have
willpower?
everything is fine?
No, that's Hoin Kilma.
Oh, that's Hoen Kyom. That's right. He doesn't feel pain.
Yeah.
Technically, yes, because you're still breaking cultivator reinforced internals and bones. So the pain threshold is like, yeah, you definitely feel it.
But I've been doing it in practice as well.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't
So
introduce much hesitation.
yeah, and you don't have any hesitation for it. Your master wouldn't allow you to have hesitation. They're like, you should be able to break every bone in your body without hesitation, and then fix it, just to pull off one kill strike. So let's put it into practice, and you're like, oh, damn it, master. You would say that. So yeah, I mean, technically, you're used to it. Doesn't make it hurt any less.
Nope. I need the pain right now, so I know when something's gonna break, though.
That, I'm sorry, man. I'm
Oh,
trying
don't
to
be!
help.
I'm becoming a great swordsman.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Okay. well,
That's the mindset my master beat into me.
sure did. Yeah. Huh. I wonder what the end product's gonna look like, because they never seem satisfied with you.
That's fair, because I'm never satisfied with myself either.
I'm wondering what the end product will be when they finally give you a look and go, acceptable.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
Oh, well, I guess that's a boon, right?
Maybe. But who knows? I could be proven wrong. I'm gonna go
Well,
do some more flexibility training and stuff.
sure. Good luck. Try not to break
Oh,
all your legs.
it's fine. My master doesn't permit luck.
I should have
And
saw
his.
that coming. I really should have saw that coming. Yeah, that's on me.
My bad, my bad. Let's go ahead and I think it was movement mechanics, because you asked me to post all of the movement mechanics stuff.
Yeah, you make your way over to master. They're sitting in the usual lowest position.
Master, I have made my commission requests from my 8th room. I'm ready to continue training.
Hmm. Hmm. They get up and study, poke and prod at you. I suppose we could. Still a shame. But we'll see what we can do with your feeble meat body.
Okay. It's becoming less feeble now, Master.
Expect so. I'm giving you my attention. So, yes.
So I can only get to tier 5 probably with movement mechanics, which I'm still on tier 2.
Yeah. If I was eyes, you can go with the flesh body. Hmm.
I'm on tier 2, 5 out of 10 currently.
These are enormous rolls. Did you post? Where'd it go?
I did. It's in your DMs.
My DMs.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
because I
that.
figured it would
Okay.
get
Yeah.
drowned. Yeah, it didn't have anything besides just flat
Okay.
bonuses to things beforehand.
Knowing your progress. Yeah. It'll take the probably up until the last couple days before the opportunity. So 5. Down below. What's your progress per roll?
Casey.
Mr. Casey, man.
Oh, I'm muted. Shoot. It's like 350 if I'm not doing pinnacle things.
So a lot better than the last time we visited movement mechanics.
Way better. It was like 10 last time.
Yeah, I thought so. So we're just gonna blitz through this a little bit. I'm just gonna give you some numbers.
Okay.
Was the percent supposed to be lower or higher if you improved? Which way did I
Which
have
percent?
it? The least favorite sound percent.
That's already at 100% from other things as well. It's just being gated by the zone restrictions to 50.
Mhm.
Or actually, it isn't anymore. I removed the restrictions. So it's already at 100.
Replace the old ones.
All the old bonuses? Okay.
Yeah, just replace them with the new ones here.
That's a lot. A whole lot of movement.
Yep. And this goes to level 10 for singularities. Most of the truth faction stops here if you're not a combatant, because they don't need more than this. This is exactly pretty ideal. Singularities and honored singularities go to this and they go above it.
Okay.
This makes you extremely competitive despite not having the sauce that the swordsmen get.
Oh, I can already destroy their sword energy. But
Pretty much. But you also have to hit them.
got
And they can also
contact
hit the shit out of you. That's the real
and
problem.
force.
Yeah. So you're competitive. You're just a numbers beast.
Energy pool.
All right. While you're writing that stuff down, let's hop back over to the other two homies. Who wants go first?
Just double checking. Savala, are you here?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Do you want to go first?
Go first on jumping off the cliff. Is that what it is?
Jumping
Jumping
into
on
the
top of the
sun.
wall towards
Yeah.
the sun and rising.
Leaping to the rising heat. Yes. I take the leap. Yes.
What you do to stop your fall? How do you? Remember, you have to do a sword-based thing. So you do have wings. Your wings will not support you in this mind space.
Yes, but you know what I do have wings for? And you know what
do
I
you
do
got wings
have?
for?
My sword energy extends over my full body, and which
Yes.
extends over to my wings. So I
Yes.
use my sword energy over top of the wings and over top of the feathers to fly upwards.
Again, got to use not just the sword power.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, you can cover your sword, your wings with your sword energy.
Okay.
But
it's not what you're asking.
right, it's not what I'm asking. As a swordsman, how do you use the rising heat? As a swordsman, I know you have wings, and that's part of your sword style. But sword in hand, which you summon the Mind Blade, it's a pretty solid outline of a sword.
Yeah.
Could I try and go first?
Well, first of all, Chungpo, I'm gonna say one thing.
Yep.
I understand what you're trying to do. You're saying, "Hey, I'll go first. I'll let you try and learn from it." But you were like, "Hey, do you want to go first? And I took
That's
it.
fair.
You should have just said, I'm going to go
Okay.
first in that case.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We came across a hurdle, and I had an idea, but go for it.
Okay.
Remember, you can plummet,
Mhm.
and you'll have to climb back up the wall to get another shot at it, which wastes a lot of time for development with Eclipse.
Gotcha. So, take the aspect of the heat. It is
The rising heat of your swordsmanship ascension. Basically,
Yeah.
you are a rising sunrise of swordsmanship, and this is your heat.
Yeah. There's two aspects to this. One is in my down name, but I don't know if that's going to apply here.
Nope, swordsmanship only.
Yeah. This second aspect is the so we've gotten to this point, and it is the expression of looking upon the picture that you have, but it's also the accumulation of moments that have been built upon the emotion that Alara has gone through in these 10 years, or the rising up to that point, the build up within his chest, the fire within him is going to drink upon the heat of his movement. And the buildup of that emotion of Lar and the power within himself. It's not to fly, but it's to ascend. And Lar doesn't need to grab it. He doesn't need to, because it's already being drawn within him and fueling his inner fire, not his element of fire, but the fire that is moving him forward. His desire as a cultivator, as a swordsman, to move upwards.
Okay. How does that turn into action?
How does that turn into action?
You still have to leap. Or, I don't know. A leap can be several things. You don't actually physically have to jump off immediately. You could test it. You have a sword in hand.
My sword in hand is drawn, and it is the action of knowing that this is what you need to do. It's what's necessary to move forward. It's what's necessary to rise. And at this point, I'm trying to visualize it for myself, because what you were saying about the sunrise, is it already in the sky in a sense for me, or is it
It's
something
starting to
that
press. The very top of the sun is starting to reveal itself. And just from that sliver,
Of heat,
a
yeah.
huge heat wave rolls off. Imagine what the sun would feel like when it's fully exposed above the horizon line. The heat that will come off of that thing.
Yeah. Now, for me, that heat is a happiness. It's a moment of truth for Lara, as um, the jumping off motion isn't needed for physical sense. Um, Lara will imagine um, something a little more, not for the speed aspect of Lara, but for just on the enjoyment of and the action to take the leap is to not literally take. It's just to it's to accept, and using my sword as an and my physical body as the vessel. I utilize this aspect as a boat would on a river going up into the sunrise. This beautiful moment where I take the sword and I use it as an oar for the movement of to
Not literally as an oar. You're not actually like rowing.
yeah not
Hopefully not.
yeah not literally but
Okay.
metaphor wise here.
Okay.
It is my oar as I go into the sunrise and using the heat as my fuel, and to take in that passion for myself, to just to enjoy this moment of going upwards.
Okay.
And I but like I said, the leap was the acceptance to make that choice, to say it is necessary to move forward and to rise above.
Easily done, my friend. A boat will form out of the same energy of the mind sword,
Mhm.
but it's a more of like a raft. Kind of, like almost like a training platform. It's so wide and long,
Yeah.
and the edges are just high enough to keep the air quotes water out. It only moves when you do stuff with the sword. Swing it, do katas, train,
Yeah.
practice. It only moves, and that's how your boat will move. And it moves slowly in the heat. So you'll be slower to train the stuff down the line, but it also gives you extra chances at some of the scenic routes. Because there's, all the hidden / secret stuff, the
Yes.
extra mile stuff.
Yeah.
There are, in the coming content for Swordsmanship, you get one shot at it.
Right.
You will get maybe up to 4 shots at it, but you're going to be way slower at development.
Okay.
So
Okay.
potentially people will race past you, but they also get to go, oh shit, I just passed that. Fuck. Can I go back? No. You will be like, oh, I see it coming. I'm going to study it before I get there. This is really neat. And then you miss it the first couple times. You're like, you slippery bugger. And by the third, you get it. That's what you built.
Okay. Would I say this is an extension of level 10, or is this another level?
This is full step into true swordsmanship. You are by the cosmic road, you are considered a real swordsman.
Yes.
You can go anywhere and say, hey, I'm a swordsman. They look at you and go, yeah, you're a fucking swordsman. You're not one of those guys pretending they're a swordsman because they don't have a sunrise yet. They haven't climbed the wall.
Yeah.
On the Heavenly Road, you'd be considered a expert or master swordsman.
Mhm.
Because even on the Heavenly Road, this is tough.
Yeah, this is
This is
closer
tough to
to
do.
the yeah.
On the Earthly Road, there is people on. You can take your two hands, count that many fingers. That's how many people are as good as you at swords on
Yeah,
the
it's
entire
like-
Earthly Road.
It's like a saint or something along those lines. Yeah.
Right. You can even fight the Maestro with this level of swordsmanship.
Right.
So you would fully and entirely qualify as a troop member, as you are now.
Nice.
They were trying to get you to 6. That's like they're like, this is solid fucking swordsmanship. As you are, you can show up to the Lofty Sword Pavilion, their like nemesis, and just wreak havoc. And the pavilion master would have to come out personally and be like, I gotta fight you now. Elders, get him. Cut down a few elders, and they're like, sir, he's climbed the wall. He has a sunrise. Oh, fuck, he's got a sunrise. Shit. That's the level of swordsmanship on the Earthly Path. You're really only going to start running into people who are as competitive in weapon energy at like zone 4.
Yeah.
But you're a actual swordsmanship on the Cosmic Road. So you'll probably run into other swordsmen in zone 2 on the Cosmic Road. Zone 1's kind of like the development to get you to.
It's the foundation. Yeah, I get that.
So, woo! Nicely done. Love that answer. That was a great approach.
I guess I had it in my mind because Father's Day is tomorrow or something, and that's what
21st.
Oh, is it next week? Oh, I thought it was this week.
Well, for us, it's the 21st.
Maybe it is the 21st. Anyway, my dad and his dad and my they do a canoe trip, and they were just about to do it. So I think maybe that was on my mind too. So anyway, okay, thank you very much. End scene for Lar as he sails into the sunrise on this early, beautiful morning.
Yeah. And the mind is, as the sun continues to rise, so does the heat, and so does your boat. Your boat allows you to go to greater heights.
Yes.
Because at the top of the wall, that's the end of swordsmanship. You have to lift up past the wall itself, beyond the floor.
You need to ascend.
You need to ascend. And most people don't know they have to take that leap because it's just, this is the top of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to do? Jump off? And you're like, yeah. Just don't fall.
Yeah, right.
So, well done. Very well done.
Perfect. Thank you.
Gonna give you all some merit after we're done with Poe. But let's see if Poe plummets and has to waste some time going back up. All right, Poe. Staring off into the sunset. Or sorry, sunrise. You're staring off into this itty bitty sliver cresting over the horizon. The heat coming off of it's fantastic. Oh man, it's like getting a face full of a blast furnace heat. Not unpleasant though. Now approach this only through swordsmanship. Forget everything else about your character.
Poe feels this warmth and thinks about part of me wants to ask about the mass technique slots, and if there is a specific type of mass technique that Chunpo could hypothetically use Chunpo
because you're not actually on the field. Those techniques are used in reality. This is a mindscape.
Okay.
So technically, if you can imagine it in your mind, you could technically do it here, I suppose.
Chunpo feels his inner flame, and Chunpo feels like he really wants to try a certain spin motion and see if he can. It's weird. He doesn't want to attack the heat waves, but he wants to spin through the sky as almost as if a Beyblade, and using the heat waves to walk and use his footwork to create a constant momentum of spinning forward through riding the heat waves, similar to a Beyblade or a top spinning.
Yeah.
Does that work?
That's you said what you want to do, not what you will do.
I'm gonna jump off and try and spin and top attack using basically one attack leading into the next, and just spinning like a top across the heat waves of the rising sun.
And you lift off. And a corkscrew motion forms around the tip of your sword. You don't have to continue endlessly spinning. You started the motion, and it will continue to do so. You have the skyward reaching sword, always attacking upwards. If you want to go there, you attack your way towards the location you want to go. If
Okay.
you want to reach these opportunities, Lara gets a bunch of chances at them. The hidden secrets objectives. You have to attack them. You only get one shot, and you have to attack them, but you'll have a greater chance if you attack it.
Okay.
Some of them, it's not ideal to attack them, but you'll have the greatest chance if you do. You will go at a accelerated upward pace. You'll go faster than the norm.
Okay.
Especially if you're attacking your way up. Ah!
I don't know how well, that's what I have envisioned in my mind.
Hmm?
The
Yeah, you
Alrighty.
succeeded.
Sweet.
And make notations of how you will progress your swordsmanship from here.
Okay.
Because that is your skyward attacking sword.
Skyward attacking. So
You will receive an accelerated track for progress. You get one shot at the side opportunities, and you have to attack it. But it gives you a better shot, those extra opportunities. Let me know if I need to repeat anything.
Back.
Okay. Welcome back.
No,
Skyward
I will
attacking
be
sword.
back.
Oh, gotcha. Very well. Okay, so one. What were I unlocked opportunities? That
So
part.
the side objectives, because you
Side
see them in like the swordsmanship tiers going up. There was the hidden secret objective that gave you that extra piece.
Mhm.
Well, there are those going upwards from swordsmanship from here.
Okay.
Unlike the other ones where you can kind of see them coming, kind of prepare for them, you get one shot per tier or level. You will get a greater chance of success if you attack the opportunity. Whatever that means, metaphor, foreshadowing, literally.
Better chance of success if I attack the opportunity.
But you only get one shot.
Gotcha. And I'm putting in quotations, attack the opportunity.
Now you get one advantage most people don't as an attacker. If you blow past it and go, oh shit, that was the opportunity and I missed it. You can attack it one more time. Just you get to make a swipe at it. It'll be at a reduced success chance because you missed it. You missed the perfect timing window. But you could still swipe at it. Try not to miss it. And oftentimes you won't even know you missed it at all. I'm going to put your player skills to the test to see if you can notice that there may be something more to certain parts of each level. And if you can tease out where the hidden thing is.
At this point, this is where momentum starts to take effect because we can't stop.
You cannot stop. Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you stop, you plummet.
Mm.
If you start to plummet and you start to lose ranks, you still don't get another chance at the opportunity because you guys aren't the right type of Sunrise Ascender. You didn't pick something that allows you to go back down and do something and then go back up.
My bad.
It's not your bed. Like, don't say you're bad. Like, that's just make a plan around your style of rising on the sunrise's heat. Yeah.
So many opportunity.
Yeah. This is how you get to the end content. Because if you don't pick up all my little side stuff along the way, some of the content gets a little hard without them. Because imagine if you missed the weight efficiency +1 on the way up. Uh-oh. That +1
Yeah.
really hurts if you miss it. There might be another +1 weight efficiency hidden somewhere in the content to come. You don't want to miss that. Now you have ×3 weight if you got it. But that's, we'll see. Especially for weight cultivators.
Hypothetical. I realize you said, hey, you don't have to prove it, but I don't plummet from the sky for having such weight.
No. This is
Okay.
your swordsmanship. This is a metaphor for your ascending swordsmanship. The weight that you bear makes this possible, not harder.
Okay.
It uplifts you instead of pulls you down.
Why? Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. What exactly, or when we have to train harder with swordsmanship, or we're just slowly making our way to the sun?
You're slowly making your way towards the rising sun on the heat waves that are coming.
So this cosmic entity that is the sun is providing
It's a
us
metaphor for
opportunities?
your swordsmanship. It is not a
Okay.
celestial object or cosmic entity. It is a mindscape esoteric metaphor for your accomplishments and for
Okay.
your ability to go further in this thing.
Okay. Breaking through the wall. Or climbing the wall.
You
and
you
climbing.
already climbed the wall.
Yeah.
And this is the metaphor for, all right, well, you got through the impossible wall. What the fuck now did you do? Because there's nothing past there's a sunrise. Because it's also a metaphor for you're so young as a cultivator, despite your attainments, and your vessel is capable of more.
Mm.
Swordsmanship doesn't end here unless you let it. So where do you take it? Well, you got to go above the wall, and this is the metaphor for it.
Gotcha.
But because it's the Tao, and because you're a cultivator, it's not just a mindscape. It's not just a metaphor. It's
we out here doing
like
it.
it's unlocking your potential for it. It's almost like reaffirming to your cultivator self that I am capable of doing this through a metaphor. It's like unlocking a secret door in the back of your mind.
Okay.
So, nicely done. We're going to do 50 big buckaroons for all our homies, for all of your hard work. Put it in the cha-cha channel. $50 whole heckin' buckaroons. Schmeckles, if you prefer.
Session 119 also for
Mm.
keeping track on that one.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for your patience on this, by the way. So, do appreciate y'all.
Happy to be here for the game.
Yeah. Fighting everyone else would not, besides the ooze, and it's not because of their swordsmanship
Yep.
that makes them competitive. Fighting the Sword Elder is the only thing that'll get you progress. You guys are technically a higher tier of swordsman than the Sword Elder right now.
Didn't she also get like a month of training against Eclipse?
Yes. And they are now on the rise on the wall. He taught her the inversion technique. Because they were struggling with the overwhelming momentum requirement.
Gotcha.
So they're going to be able to potentially make it further. However, they need to get all of the requirements. They need to get their own ebony or alabaster or other type of sword. They need to get, there's so many resources they're going to need. And the progress bars are in the millions to get up there. So they got a lot of work to do.
And Eclipse gave it to most of us except for the swords. They're like,
yes,
they
he
need
had
a lot of
all the materials, with the exception of Lar. Lar just used everything in his vault because that's what it was for. You had to pay for a bunch of the materials, but that was paid for by your arrangements. But yeah, he helped move your progress bar, catalyst requirements, and teachings into just montage. Now, there is one thing I need to get you guys. I need to get you some more teachings. And I got to write them down for you. Especially for you, Poe. Because without them, this is a hollow success. You're not a real swordsman until I get you those teachings. Because they will define how you look at things.
Nothing to build upon either.
Yeah. And I need to get you like 10 of them. Johnny, I need to get you a whole bunch as well, but not as many as Poe.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to ask too is because like I figured we were almost hand waving it, but part of the thing we have in Path of the Sword is the amount of sword teaching clues we use. We get an extra. So important to know.
And a lot of the consumable resources you got moving on the way up, I'm probably just going to use them, or have you like spend them.
Yeah, I was hoping to use mine for the very last, so I'd get the most bang for buck.
I gave you the best bang for all of your bucks, so take all that into consideration.
Perfect. Yeah.
Much appreciated.
I just need to get you the teachings because they are pretty darn important. They will be Eclipse's teachings, which are pretty vicious in his outlook. So use them as you please. They might fit Poe pretty well because he's vengeance driven. For you might have teachings hidden away in your sword vault, Lar.
Mm-hmm.
that you can use instead of Eclipse's teachings.
Yeah, I think most of my teachings were done from level 3, right? I had a bunch of different ones that I picked up and utilized.
Mm-hmm.
And I still had but yeah, there's I have all the precepts from those can be used as teachings, but they're laws. That's at the end of the day.
Yep.
But my vault does have a lot of teachings as well.
Yeah, a lot of hidden rooms.
Yeah.
A lot of imprint items. A
Yeah,
lot of Dow marking walls.
Yeah, we also had those 4 Dow marks: the eye, the hands, the crown, and the other one.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the question is, should I have not have used one of those for this process, or is it should
The
I
Dow
just
stuff?
the Dow marks that I have from my
Well,
vault?
you don't consume it. It's part
Yeah,
of you always.
Yeah, but I don't have one of the 4. Is what I was trying to say. We never got to pick it when to do it.
Sure. I mean, you technically can pick it up at any time.
Okay.
Normally, you would want to pick it up early if you weren't montaging the hell out of this.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I was wondering if I should have, done that aspect or whatever. So, okay.
I mean, you haven't missed out.
Yeah.
I gave you max stonks.
The other thing I was curious about, Matt. So level 4, 150 sword power, and then bracket 300 plus 1 weight with flux.
It's a replacement.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was going to say, is that an or between those? And
That's
what I was
if
thinking.
you have no flux, just 150. If you have flux, other number plus weight.
Yeah.
Because remember, you argued for it. So I
Yeah.
missed it. And you were like, actually, and I was like, fuck.
I was like, I was preparing for this anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done. You'll also notice I gave you guys a Nexite resource.
Is that one of our question mark resources, sword resources?
It's a Nexite sword power. It says it doesn't regenerate normally.
Yep.
A Nexite is a concentration of 1,000 in whatever resource it's a Nexite of.
Gotcha. Okay.
So this is
cool.
a 1,000 sword power point.
Right.
You do need a technique that can wield 1,000 sword power. If you try and put this into something that only takes 20, the overflow will be disastrous. If you can't funnel it to something.
Okay.
Getting it back will be a son of a bitch. Fortunately, it's not impossible or improbable in the Cosmic Road. On the Earthly Road, you'll probably only get this one for the rest of the game. Heavenly Road depends on how cheeky you are. But Cosmic Road, this is what they use for big ticket techniques. I'm gonna use my ultimate. Spend a Nexite. Good luck getting that back for 1,000 years. So if you see somebody use an ultimate technique, you can go, we baited out his ultimate technique. We took minimal damage. Get him.
Gotcha.
But you can know a true sword lord if he's got more than one Nexite and he has an ability to recover them this side of the century. So it takes him a couple years of meditation to get it back. That's a sword lord. But we'll get to that one day, maybe.
I'm back.
Welcome back, my homie.
Do you have a flat number for the amount of material resources used?
For you?
Yeah.
Probably 5 wealth factors.
Okay. And we had 150 within.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fortunately, you have a pretty deep wealth factor reserve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of it is some pretty miscellaneous stuff. And I built this one as a cosmic vault because of your commitment to the cosmic. If this was
I also
an
have a
earthly
sword
vault,
constellation. Yeah.
well, the sword constellation keeps this place together, and it itself is worth a ton of wealth factors. So
Yeah.
I built it for the long haul because you're eventually going to reach a point where you have to burn wealth factors by the bucket loads just to make some progress. You basically burnt through an enormous sum of your low tier resources and a decent chunk of your mid stuff, and you only had to cherry pick a few high tier resources. Still costly, but
Okay. So when we have the tracker materials and resources, 5 wealth factor is what I will put in there. Would that be the same for Chung Po for this amount of sword material resources he utilized for his?
yes.
Okay.
He would need to use about that much. Now the question is, do you want to pull that from your own vault and pay for Poe, or do you want him to be at the mercy of Clips's generosity?
I'll take that out of mine. That's fine.
Okay.
I just
You don't
need
lose anything invaluable.
No, that's fine. So I'll just put mine down to 140 for my vaults, and yeah, Poe still needs to get stuff for Craw, but that's fine. But that will make things a lot easier for Chung Po, and
Sure.
yeah, what else here was I thinking? Okay, so a little jealous that Chung Po got his 3rd level fold in, but that's okay. That's because I was already ahead of the game, level 2 and level 3. Chung Po, don't forget about your tracker. There's a tracker in your level 1 Path of the Sword that you got, right? There is things like sword folds. You get a plus 1d10 per sword fold that you've done. So,
could I get a copy of level 1 as well? Because I don't think my level 1 is what is the correct level 1.
You don't have Path of the Sword Stage 1, Moving Edge,
No,
and then
no,
Path of
no.
the Sword Stage 2. That's level 1.
Okay, that part. Okay. We went through a whole nother tier, and I'm just like, I don't think my level 1 is the correct one, but I have Beginning of the Sword Path as
It was all those entries with the philosophical questions, and then it was like they all had special names.
Yes.
Yeah,
Treading the Sword Path, Stalking the
all
Sword,
of those are
the
sub tiers of just reaching level 1 swordsmanship.
Yeah. And one of the aspects of that, you got to utilize stuff. But in stage 9, you had the when sword-related resources are spent, they're provided bonuses to your swordsmanship beyond their normal application. So that's just some mechanical things you could add into for yourself. Of just like, hey, because my first one I did, level 2 is my folds, so I got an extra 10d10 of sword folding. Question is, Matt, when we hand waved it, are we still doing each fold's worth? So 10 per level, or is it only 1 in this case?
That's 10 per level. You fold it 10 times.
Okay, that's what I figured. And that's I was assuming it was going to be the same for when we first folded. So
yeah,
good.
When you hit somebody, it should be a pile of hurt.
Yeah.
And you
So
can
just
do that with
remember
a stick. If you consider a stick a sword, it applies.
I mean, that was my my penultimate moon grade sword. That's a stick. But anyway, yeah. So just don't forget, Chung Po, you have level 3 as well, so you have 10 more compared to me. But that's still that's super saucy, tasty. And I don't know how much sword material wealth factor is for pen, but that's used. And whenever Matt gets you the sword teachings, and that's extra devastating. Don't know what these question marks are, but discover to complete the list. Very exciting.
Ready.
Matt, one of the other things, sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to double check this before we continue. Can I spend my enlightenments here too? in this aspect, or do I even need to? Because I
Yeah,
have there's a refund policy in play for the the conflicts for Wonder Me. So
I mean, if
every
you want to utilize the refund policy up to its maximum use, sure. That way you can feed the hungry sword, the one that basically says if you spend sword resources permanently gain X. Yeah,
okay,
but you don't really need them
gotcha.
because any insight or enlightenment you would need, Eclipse just tells you the answer.
Hmm. Okay, I don't have anything really pressing besides I think tier 9 you can make an item, 3 resources to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Preparation to scale. I think that's something we should talk
Mm-hmm.
about sometime. But other
Yep.
than that, Chungpo, if you want to say what you were going to say.
Oh, well, is there any of, let's see, within the 10 years, because I was also interested in combination and demonic sword training while
Mhm.
this was going on, so is that my next step?
Yes, you guys unfortunately are not yet out of the montage, but you guys are near the end.
Okay.
He does constantly admonish you guys for being so fucking slow. If we're on the cosmic path, you guys would be just fourth
Baby
rate
steps.
swordsmen. Like he says all sorts of like mean things at you guys. But of course, he's part of a very powerful sect and he's got a talent in the sword, so of course he was fast at learning the basics. But he was also spoon-fed this by his master, and he accomplished this really, really early because he got a montage. Everything was provided. So he's a bit of a jerk. But let's say you guys reached right around the 7 or 8 year mark. 7 for Lar, 8 for you, so you got 2 years left, Poe. Do you want to focus on the combination stuff, or do you want to focus on demonic stuff?
Well, combination has a strict time spent
Mm-hmm.
aspect. Now, I do have an ability to reduce that to, by 45%, but I am not sure because, like, let's see. The next thing that I need would be 6 months because that's where I'm at with the combination sword. Rounding to because I don't know what
He'll reduce time
55%
by
of
another
charisma.
20%, and he will
Oh,
also,
okay.
with his help, allow you to reduce time lower than a month. So
Okay. And it like increases every 2 months. So like it would be, I know the next step for me was 6, then 8, then 10,
yep,
12.
you
Okay.
basically follow that. If you have a 45% reduction, he makes it 65, not including any other shenanigans you will apply. And if it falls below 1 month, falls below 1 month, because the original restriction was can't fall below the 1 month in cost.
Yes.
Well, Eclipse will, with his help, his montage feature is 20% reduction, plus it can fall down to at least takes 1 day.
Okay. So let's see.
So if you want to do that side math, go for it, and then tell
That's
me
right.
where you are and then where you're at, or where you reach by the end of the 2 years. If you hit incomplete 10, stop there because that's about as far as combination blow goes. And then tell me if you have any remaining time and how much. As for law, oh, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. I'm doing the math. Go for it. Go for Lark.
Yeah, Mr. Lar, you got about 3 years of time left. He gives you this look like, all right, well, that took fucking forever. What now?
Hmm. I need to make power techniques. It's one thing I need to do now for myself.
I suppose you have some power to you. It's not a
Uh,
lot, but it's some.
so there's two things. I look over to my seasons. How are they doing right now? Uh, they weren't training with Eclipse, but they were also in the time dilation. Um,
Yeah. When you complete a level,
Mhm.
a steal, Steele, basically a giant stone slab
Yep.
appears in one of the courtyards. And it's basically people are starting to study under the stone slabs. And every level of swordsmanship you accomplish, another steel appears.
Okay.
And they study these.
So would I then make a new stone carving or a sword carving? Because I have a token for it. Should I not try to use these 10 years to make one? Or
Up
is
to
that
you.
just okay? Okay.
Usually these are like coveted, because you will not get more of these easily. These are basically they're so good you can actually pass on attainments into the stone.
Yeah.
If you get an actual
Yeah.
one,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's what they're usually saved for.
Yeah.
I've done something like super fantastic, and I'm going to put this achievement of mine into stone so people can learn it. Because oftentimes you can go an entire game without a single attainment.
Okay. Um, do you remember my message on the head members of the seasons and how I was going to have them also be in the time dilation chamber?
Yeah. Well, everyone
Okay.
in the card is. Everyone on the planet in the card gets 10 years. It's on you. So
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I was just going off of
your
the.
card's more OP than that, buddy. And you got a 10 level conflux. So you connected it to the
Wait,
path. So you
did
get
they get
time.
30 years from us total then for each Wonder Me?
No, just Lar.
Oh, okay.
He has physical possession of the card. The card has to be with
Gotcha.
the person.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they all
Okay.
get 10 years. And of
Uh,
course, you duplicate every sword resource that you used on your ascension. On the steels, it's marked what resources you're going to need. And they just have this enormous warehouse filled with all the resources you used, copies of them, because you built that duplicator.
Yep.
So there's a lot of people who are making good headway. It's the progress problem. Time.
Yeah. On the plus side, Wonder Me is really nice. Reduces the time-related progress bars by 20%. We got that in there. We so one of the things that's really good for here then. Okay, this is happening. Um, I did that purchase of knowing for Fate's Vessel. I want to do research into Fate's Vessel, and I wanted that to be my stepping stone, my initial introduction for Fate's Vessel, because that's what we discussed on like the things you would. Because I don't just make I'm not going to just make something into Fate, researching into Fate itself and the things we can do with it. So using knowing the purchase made my 5 there into Fate's Vessel. To get started. That's something I can do during these these years because I have a plus 20 to rolls, plus 20 to progress.
Could, but he's not going to help you.
Yeah.
He's just going to sit in a corner and read a book. If you
Yeah.
want to make the most of your 3 years, involve him.
Yeah.
But he's not going to touch Fate.
Yeah.
He's going to help you with swordsmanship.
And that's why I was suggesting having the seasons do the research for me, delegate the task, and
Absolutely, because
yeah.
you have a pavilion for all sorts of different things. a lot of them are like, "Mm, when are you gonna get us a steel pavilion for like alchemy or something?" It's like, sorry, but I'm a swordsman.
You can get that yourself. Keep working, guys.
Yeah, they can
Okay,
work on
okay,
that.
okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna save that for that. Yeah, there's no like I have that +5 temp gestalt, and I have the new +3% gestalt.
Yeah, the temp has some very strict requirements. That 3% is
Yeah, it's
for
just
everything
added.
going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Mhm.
What did I send you originally? It was about the emotion. If I using my emotion to create a, let's scroll up here. Yeah, so I wanted to use the mixtape V gave us on session 88, and utilize that as a resource in a sense to help make a density power based off of my emotion. And one of the things I'd like to do with Mr. Eclipse is the two wisps. I want to unlock that potential for what it can bring out in me and how to utilize it. The two wisps that we are first given in the from the
Yeah.
start of the arc 2.
He looks at those. Those are actually good. I don't know where you guys found them, but very useful.
Yes, I was using it to temper my fire, I suppose, because at some points they were weakening me, and I could even go faster in cultivating my Danteon, and they would increase when I keep going for speed wise. So there's a matching feature that they do, but I don't know what I can get out of it. I suppose besides the tempering aspect of my will and
At least you got some head on your shoulders. That is an appropriate use for them. It's not an ideal use for them.
mhm. And I know it's probably something sword related, as this was Sword Carnival.
No, they have no idea what they're doing.
Never mind. But they were like, figure it out, and I think this is something I could utilize to help with that.
So those are best used installed into your body.
I see.
However, you are playing with death. They will, if you can't feed them and fight them off at the same time, they'll eat more than you can manage and more than you can spare.
Right.
Their whole purpose is to constantly circle your Deontian and temper it to oblivion.
Right.
It'll be an unassailable, perfect thing. It's how you actually reach flawless Deontian. It's one of the methods. However, it's one of the dangerous ones.
Right.
But you don't have to sit down and meditate and cultivate for nigh endless days and years. You can just go out and do stuff, and it does that passively. It is highly coveted. If I didn't already have a flawless one, I'd have stolen that from you the moment you showed it to me.
Understandable.
It is that valuable. Getting them out's the hard part, because the more you feed
Right.
them, the stronger they get.
Right.
And the faster the tempering process goes. It's this accelerant. Once it reaches flawless, they can no longer eat it And you have to remove them quickly because they're going to look for something else to eat. They're not meant to eat other things, but they will.
Right.
They'll start to eat your soul energy. These guys aren't in their current state. They have to be refined by a specialist to refine your soul. I'm not saying don't do it because they're that valuable. Get them refined, but get a flawless Deontrin first. Remove them, refine them, put them back. They do the same thing for your soul. But the stakes are doubled now because now they're refining and eating your soul.
Right.
You have to keep up. And you have to do it at a certain point in your cultivation. The ideal time to do it is during spiritualization to your cultivation. That's when you're refining your soul. These guys will make you unassailable because you're going to be able to produce an excess of soul energy during that time. And there is no other time in cultivation in which you will get that opportunity.
That is after your truth crystal, correct?
Nope, right before.
Right before truth crystal. All right.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Okay,
yeah.
so it's
You
climbing
should
the mountain.
have a flawless Diantian by the time you're done climbing the mountain.
Gotcha.
These guys will make your ascension of the mountain biblically hard because they're going to constantly drain your resources.
Right.
But every time you succeed, now isn't that nice? Look at the benefits. I can put them in. But once it's in, I don't care if you beg me, I will not take them out.
Right.
Actually, no, you can beg me. I'll just rip them out and give them to someone who deserves them. And then you'll just die out bleeding on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a better solution. If you can't use them properly, I know a few people who would pay a literal fortune for those things. And I have expensive tastes. So, those, I can't believe they gave you that. The only thing I can think of is they have no idea what they gave you.
Maybe. I still think my companions have good ones as well, depending on what they're using them for. So, but yes.
What do they have? As he has this dark look on his face.
I mean, it's all about luckage, you say.
Looks like I need to have a conversation with them.
Chungpo has, I'm pretty sure I have this right, enigmatic beetles. Is that right, William?
Yeah, he's got
yes.
enigmatic poison-eating beetles.
Yep.
Yeah. And Lyron has an energy spider.
So they're just throwing treasures at you?
Yeah.
I may need to take a little bit more of an interest in this carnival. They got actual treasures. So you're saying he has a poison-devouring, enigmatic beetle colony?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that he's been cultivating, yes. And Lyron already captured his spider with his...
do you know how many people die in space to poison? A lot.
Oh, yes. Yes, we've had this conversation. It's especially if you have a vessel, if they get into the life support systems, it's kind of game over, so...
Yeah, if you have these things living in your life support systems, you will never have to worry about life support failure due to poison. You can also, if you get enough of them, you can create this medbay feature where you can basically put them on you as leeches.
Oh yeah,
you're heavily poisoned. Oh no! You can even have some living in your spacesuit and going, poison, yummy. Oh my gosh. They're enigmatic, so you really can't do much more with them. But enigmatic creatures don't listen to the path's rules or the path's expectations. They just do what they do and are just oblivious to everything else. And You said an energy devouring spider?
Yeah.
How big?
I think it was tiny at the very beginning. But like, I'm pretty sure it could eat anything.
Any energy.
Yeah. It makes silk from it. Yeah.
Oh my lord. Oh, the Cosmic Road is. It is being so cruel to me right now. You have a phantasmal weaver?
Yes, sir. I'm sure Lyron exactly knows what that.
So, there's a special type of beast that you can find. You've heard of demonic beasts, right?
Yeah, yes.
Same with mystical and mythical. Well,
Mhm.
there's a beast category called phantasm. They're a part dream, part reality. So they don't follow the rule. They're a little more understandable than enigmatic. But they do one thing that breaks the rules completely. Phantasmal Weaver can eat any energy, but it's beholden to it. That's the problem with the phantasms, is they are
Gotcha.
completely beholden to the one thing they break rules on. So it doesn't really do much else, and its development is entirely based around it. Now, in the right environment, that thing is scary. They're not well known in the wild because once they reach a certain size, after they've eaten stars, they disappear into the phantasmal plane.
Ah.
And thank goodness, because they wouldn't stop. You can tell if a solar system's about to go because the sun is covered in webs. Yeah. They Dyson sphere the sun, they eat the sun's energy until it's gone, and now you have a dead rock, and your solar system's gone. However, some people are like, good, let's go harvest the webs. Spiders moved
Yes.
on.
Yeah.
But you lost the system.
I wonder if it develops a demon core if it's big enough. I'm not there, so don't answer that question.
Yeah. So containment on that is essential. However, I know exactly who to sell that to for name your price.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. Kind of want to just say fuck the rules, fuck our agreement, and go take it. This close to doing it. I don't know what type of heart demon will form. And those are really annoying. So is it worth the payout? A blank check or heart demon? No, I got plans. I get money.
Ah, good to hear.
Consider yourself lucky. Heart demon is a loss of momentum and a headache. Money's money. I can get money. But it's a blank check. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I'll contemplate further. Also, I need to have a chat with this maestro guy. If he's giving out like treasures like this, I might need to rummage around in his pockets.
Oh, that's not very nice.
No. Am I a nice person?
Oh, I never said you were. I just said it wasn't very nice.
No. And I don't plan on being nice.
Mm. Well, you could put it inside me. All right. Interesting. I haven't started the mountain climb yet, and I was actually going to do this after our training montage.
Ambitious of you.
One
If
of
you
the
start on the
things.
earthly road, the cultivator killing constellation will get to know you very well.
Oh yes.
I don't think I want it to know me that well. So you should probably be very careful. Do a little bit of research into, let's call it, kill percentiles. If you can
Okay.
get some data on, let's say, mountain climbing, you can go to certain information pavilions, and what they'll do is you can buy information on, as I said, kill percentiles.
Mhm.
How high does the percentage get for the cultivator killing constellation killing you, depending or corresponding with the number of levels of the mountain you have to climb? And this is like, the percentile is determined by how many people were killed, at what stage they were, across the cosmic road. So it can get pretty big, the sample size.
Mhm.
I already had taken a glance at it once. It's probably changed because over the course of the age it changes. But the last time I looked at it, anything past 20 is like 80% kill ratio. And you guys are not that special. So if you're going to start on the earthly road, feel cheated, because the percentage of you dying by the time you do 30 levels is so high, and you're not that special, that I feel like I've wasted my time, and I should just take all your resources and walk off, because if you're going to die, you don't need them.
Hmm.
Do not think the cultivator killing constellation is anything like the Tiger King. Tiger King is, you're fighting a kitten. The real one was killed a long time ago by Riveth. So you get to fight a phantom. To earthly cultivators, it's a big deal. A spooky, scary tiger the size of a mountain that can wield 3 types of intent and hit you with it. So scary. But this thing learns. This thing watches. It analyzes you every single level. Eventually, there's nothing you can do to stop it. Sometimes you just got to run. And then you miss out on all of the value on that level. And all you can do is run. And you get slower and slower because it analyzes you. If it knows you too well, doesn't matter how many pieces of Riveth's phantasmal armor that you accumulate at the top, it will destroy you. So really take this into mind. I know it sounds really fancy. You know, you'll be ahead of the curve, do 30 levels. Who can stop us now? You got to make a tough choice. Where's the sweet spot?
Right.
How many levels is like, if I get this many, highest chance I have of getting all the resources I need, all the side stuff, and then live. For you guys, I'd probably say around 18. If you guys were a little bit more special, probably 20, 21. Maybe. Maybe not. But 18 would be like the Goldilocks zone. It still might kill you. If you want a more reasonable number, 15. That'll give you the highest chance of success with the highest payout. 18 is like, everything went right. So really think on it.
Okay.
Definitely step on the mountain on the earthly road so that you have access to the earthly road start. Do the earthly road because it's not that bad. I'd say avoid the Heavenly Road. So don't step foot on the Heavenly Road. You can go to the Cosmic Road and complete the 10 stages of Earth, as long as you stepped on it. Don't step a single foot on the Heavenly Road, because then you're forced to do the Heavenly Road once. Just bypass it. The fun part about, and the cheat you can do, is if you don't want to fight the Tiger King at the top of the Earthly Road, you can step off. If you're in the Cosmic Road, you can step off the Earthly Road and immediately start the Cosmic. So you do 8 on the Earth, if you're going for the Holy Grail,
Right.
the Goldilocks, and then do the 10 on the Cosmic. I would recommend you do 5 and then the 10. Okay?
Okay, I'm listening.
I struggled against this thing.
Yeah. I wonder how Lyron's going to feel about this revelation.
Tell him. I don't care if you
I
share
don't-
what I told you. This is
Oh
just
no,
common
no,
knowledge.
no, of course, yes. As the issue is he has a master that might make that a little hard for him as he's playing on hard mode as well.
I'll go tell them. I'll go tell their master they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're an earthly practitioner. Yes, they're a fancy earth practitioner. But we're playing in the cosmos. They would probably know every last thing about the mountain for the earthly side, because you're fighting tigers, phantasmal tigers. Get a stick, stab it in the face, move on. This is not a tiger. You would fight dragons on the Heavenly Road.
Mm.
Some of those are actually pretty fucking fearsome. But you're fighting a constellation. Do not underestimate it. If it lets you walk off without doing anything to you, it's already done what it needed. It looked you in the soul, and it knows you now. You have to do more than just complete the level. You have to hide yourself from it too. You take any action, it notices. It learns, it watches, it remembers. And don't make the fucking mistake of killing one like I did. It looked at me on the first level and I killed it. And oh, I have been regretting that since I did it. Fuck that thing. I hate it so much. Because then you have to kill it on every tier, because it's out for your bones. I had to get, just for doing 10 levels, I had to get 50 pieces of phantasmal armor of Riveth just to fight it, because we were fighting for blood, because I killed it once. So at the top, it wasn't escape its gaze and evacuate. It was, we're fighting to the death. I blinded one of its eyes and ran. That's the best I could do.
Well, shit. All right. Good to know.
Yeah. You kill the Tiger King on the Earthly Road, and you take his stuff. Delicious. On the Heavenly Road, you do the same thing. You tear down the dragon from the sky and feast on its insides. You don't get to do that with the Constellation.
At the end of the day, the tribulations are different depending on the road you're on. So
Exactly.
it's more of a lesson than a. Well, it's a little bit of both, if anything.
I don't even know if Riveth killed it, or if it came about because Riveth did it, or I don't know. I want to preserve my pride. I'm gonna say Riveth probably fought it to a let's call it a standoff, a standstill. Basically, no side could win.
Right.
That's what my pride says. But Riveth probably beat it. The bitch.
Oh, this is good information, but it doesn't help me finish off what we have. Question: has my sword I got from Kunimitara broke yet?
Got some massive cuts in it from Eclipse's blade. because he's an excellent sparring partner.
Yeah.
But the reason it hasn't made any significant progress is because it's not a meaningful fight to you. This is a teacher just moving the sword around, yawning, going, "Ugh, I hope this is meaningful for you." It's not a meaningful fight.
Okay.
So, someone on your tier / in an opportunity where you're fighting over a resource against someone of your level, like that type of meaning.
Okay.
Or you can revel in the triumph or the defeat.
Oh, I guess I can think about that another time. We still have 40 minutes left. You should swap over to somebody else, Matt. I can't give you a straight answer, but this is good lore. It's good information.
Yeah. And of course, I expect you to share it with the others. So
Yep.
anyone listening, you can just absorb that meta knowledge wise.
Okay. Okay.
Listening. Some a little bit went over the head, but I did listen to all of it.
So, yeah. William, basically, the mountain climbing?
Yeah, then the tigers, and then sword killing constellation.
Yeah.
At one point it got switched as to like, hey, you don't want to, or okay, because you fight longer on the earthly path, the sword killing constellation gets to see you longer.
Yeah,
Or
so it's the cultivator killing constellation, not the sword killing. It's
cultivator killing
worse.
constellation. My bad.
It's out to kill you. It's specialized in killing cultivators. So what makes it terrifying is the more you run into it, the more it knows you. The more it knows you, the less you can do against it. So if you start your walk towards the top of the mountain on the earthly road, but you're promised to the cosmic, well, if you are planning to go to the cosmic road, you get the constellation. If you're staying on the earthly path, you get the tigers. Simple.
Mhm.
You guys could butcher the tigers easily with your current stat blocks and the resources you have. This would be a walk in the park. I pull you aside for about 3 hours individually, and we just move you through the 10 stages. Easy. If you were on the heavenly road, you'd fight dragons. A little bit more complicated. A little bit higher stakes, more deadly. But you guys want to go to the cosmic road, so you get cosmic level enemies. However, you started on the earthly road, or at least Lar did. The Lyron did. So there are 10 levels usually to the mountain till you get to the top. But you're not on the right road. So you have to then go the 10 levels on the earthly, then you get 10 levels on the heavenly, and then you finally get to the 10 levels of the cosmic because you're on the wrong road. It's a longer journey to where you want to go. That also means it has 66% more time to analyze you. 30 encounters?
I still want to
That's
try.
200% more, not 66% more.
You're
Much
probably
more.
right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I was thinking of it like 2/3 more, but you're like, no, that's the wrong way to think about it. It's the wrong math. You're right.
Bigger number.
Bigger number. Yeah. So he struggled. He made the mistake of killing one of the constellations, the fragments.
Mm.
That changed the nature of your ascent. So he did hard mode to himself, but he struggled doing 10 on hard mode. And he's basically saying, look, you're not the only people who have thought of going down to a lower road and trying to get as many levels in on the ascent. It gives you a massive advantage over everyone who didn't. However, we have data. You know, that fun little like piece of information that'll give you an advantage over not knowing? Well, the data shows there's this percent kill rate. the average percent of death of cultivators after a certain percent, and around the 16 like levels mark, the number goes up a lot. He's saying under ideal conditions, and you guys like playing your minds off, like just best plays, best decisions, best preparations, 18's your best. He recommends 15. 5 more than the average, because most of the average is around 10. Because 10's the number you usually get, just 10. You guys get the opportunity to have more than 10. He's saying don't do more than 15 unless you're playing out of your mind. 18 tops.
All right, time to go the full 60.
Jesus.
Start me over in the underworld.
Yeah, start you in the underworld. The cultivator killing constellation's like, you and I are going to become very best friends.
It will get to know me very well, and it will know despair.
Like, oh, this guy again. I don't even want to look at him.
Just isn't there for the last 20. It's like, nah, fuck this shit.
Yeah, fuck you. I don't want to. Just go. But yeah, there's a precipitous increase of difficulty in the Cosmic Road. So that's where you want to play. So I'm going to give it to you.
William, were you going to say something?
Well, just I'm trying to contemplate a cultivator that starts in the underworld, and what I'm just like, well, what's down there? And then the full 50 ascent, but that's a different time, a different game.
Probably Riveth is the only one to ever do it.
Or Regressor might have perfect preparation.
Well, what was it? Part of me was thinking of like some sort of bug in the underworld that slowly like ascends and gains sentience, and like, oh yeah, what is it? It's just a bug that likes rocks, but it got all the way to space.
That would
Spookiest
be
bug that likes rocks.
You would have a bug capable of generating ring past the jade color, and it would break out of the fishbowl.
That's the goal.
It would run the gate and probably succeed and get out of Riveth's wake. If it was successful. However, it'd probably be hunted by cosmic cultivators for its prodigious resources. Its core, at that point, if it had 50 temperings, Jesus. They're going to be like, yeah, get that guy.
I want it.
Yeah.
Okay. But that different game, different stuff. Let's see, my math. I went to talk to Eclipse during my last 2 years. Including the 10th decimal, so I'm like moving by 10%. I didn't want to try any, or well, actually by 35%. I was just getting tens numbers. I can get 6 levels, and that would take 23.1 months.
Okay.
That would get me 6 levels of combination sword. And then my question would be, okay, so combination is kind of peculiar.
Stops at 10.
It stops at 10?
Yeah, combination.
Okay, so I'd be
tier 10s of combination blade.
Okay, well, that'd put me up to tier 8 of 10 with combination, so that's pretty nice.
Sure.
But what would demonic sword, or would Eclipse say just focus on combination for this?
Means that combination is definitely what you want to work on, because you won't really be able to bring out the swordsmanship you want without a solid foundation. You're still
Understood.
working on your foundations.
Then I
As for
can get.
the
Sorry, I can get up to level 8 of combination sword before it is you do not have enough time with this montage to get to level 9.
correct, and save your progress, and then
Yes.
he's going to tell you for the demonic swordsman styles, or just in general. First thing you need to work on is control.
Okay.
Because if you don't control it, it controls you. And that is the relationship you will have with it, the balance, for the rest of your lifetime. If you let it grow, you need more control over it. Now, don't think when I say control that you need to have a strangle grip on it. That's wrong. You're trying to wield your emotions, not strangle it. You won't be able to control it anyways after a certain point using that method. It's too much. You need to find part of you that can wrest back control of yourself at a moment's notice, that will never betray you, that is always reliable, and that your demonic energies won't fight you over. A part of yourself that you and your demonic energies agree on. So that you can run wild. You can let the demonic energies do what they're supposed to do. But at any time you flip the switch and you're back. Now, flipping the switch may look like you need 5 minutes to come back. It's not immediate. But flipping the switch tells your demonic energy, time to wind down. Maybe you have so much fine control over it, it is flipping a switch. You're a berserker one moment, you're back to yourself. Never try and strangle the whole thing. It's impossible to control after a certain point. Find that one part and then have an iron grip on it. But it needs to be something you and your energy agree on. Self-introspection's a really powerful tool for this because you need to know yourself very well. You also have to look at the ugly parts of yourself because demonic energy often brings out some parts that aren't pleasant to look at. If you can control that, just that fragment, it's easy to use. Let it go wild. Burn the stars. And then flip the switch so that you can watch. Get to enjoy the scenery of destruction.
Okay. With less than a year, is it everything that the demonic can be taught, not so much written down, more of just like, hey, you need to, we've gotten you up to level 8 combination sword style, and this is there's questions of, okay, is this going to be another bit of written page, or is this, or like mechanically speaking, is there more
For combination?
powers?
Yeah,
Not for combination, yes. I'm talking about demonic with less than a year of montage training left.
You said you did 23 months?
23 months, 23.1 months for combination, which is
like
up to level 8 combination.
3 weeks and change?
Oh yeah, less than a month rather than, yeah.
So
yeah, 3
you
weeks and
can
change.
start the research track on self-reflection.
Okay.
Because the deeper you know yourself, as you know your character knowing themselves, and the more you know your character as the player, the more you'll have an advantage in figuring out how to use what he told you.
Self-reflection.
And it's a research, so you remember how to do researches?
0 of X.
Yep, and you decide the X, and you decide the method. And then you fill that progress bar that you decide, and then we, as the player and GM, look at what you did.
Okay. Alright.
And then if it's not good, we then either add more to that X or do another progress bar, another research.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So,
Yeah.
last things for Mr. Lyron, because we're getting there.
I've got a couple of days left. I'm going to be changing my martial arts,
Cool.
which I can give you the stuff for the day, and then I guess I'll leave a couple of days to discuss with other people what they want to do. Though I guess it's a solo event, but I have a request of Poe. I would
Poe.
like a poison and a cure for said poison that heavily fatigues somebody. Like thousands of fatigue.
Oh,
Like 2,000 fatigue.
okay.
And something to remove the poison. Like temporary fatigue, not
Yeah,
fatigue
I
damage.
think. Okay, so granting temp fatigue, but just destroys thousands of fatigue.
Yeah, and then you can remove the poison with an antidote.
Okay, so a curable.
Can you make a fast-acting antidote?
Fast-acting antidote that destroys thousands of fatigue and
Temp fatigue, which makes it easier to make.
Temp fatigue, thousands of temp fatigue, and grants.
And the poison itself grants 2,000 temp fatigue.
Okay.
Yep.
Why
And
would
then
you
you have the
grant temp and then destroy temp?
Because I put the antidote in my fractal ring.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to remove actual fatigue
real fast
than temp. Temp still fills up your bar, but is much easier to get rid of. And when you do get rid of it, you get rid of significantly more pieces of it. Like, if you normally could recover 10 fatigue a turn, probably 100 temp. So, but he just wants to fill the bar as big as it can go, closest to his max or beyond as possible, and then cure himself. You are an asshole. Oh my gosh. You're going to show up, poison yourself, go down, and then during the 1 minute setup, you're going to drink the antidote. And this guy is going to be fatigued out of his mind.
At 1 hit point. And
oh my lord. Is it a meaningful fight at that point?
It doesn't need to be meaningful. It just needs to be interesting enough for somebody to take interest. If you come in and debuff the shit of a dude with preparation, you might get somebody who's like, this guy, he's prepared.
Yeah.
Weird hypothetical question though. You are minusing, or you're taking a snapshot of a weakened version of an alternate timeline of you. So while the minus temp would make sense, hypothetically, you never had that temp in this alternate timeline. Depending on when the split, how far back it goes.
He does have a point. It's not a snapshot of you, it's a timeline snapshot.
Yep. It's possible though that it has the same gear otherwise. And or active effects.
It is at that point I have no idea.
The fatigue won't be affecting me during the fight anyway. By the time it happens. So even if he doesn't have it, I won't have it either. And the preparation would have been useless, but could matter.
Good.
As
temp, it's doable.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I won't do temp, but as the poisoner, hypothetically, and like you just have something that is completely random. What if I gave you closer to like a general? I hit almost every possible defense target, but then cure it, or grant you the cure to
just
it.
To get absolutely turbo fucked poison.
More or less, like if that's what you're trying to do. Like it attacks every defense on the stack, and at least gets rid of some of them. and then it's just like, yeah, no, no matter what he has, something's getting docked.
Okay.
But also, I have
I
no
mean,
idea if you well,
he didn't
because
buff up the fatigue nearly as much as me, and he is poisoned. He just dies to the temp fatigue.
yeah, that's the other thing. I'm just like, what if he just doesn't have the temp fatigue and gets this weird snapshot of a debuffed version? But anyways, I don't. It's that's a wild concept.
You could do that to yourself.
Like,
Though I guess your alternate you can just make the antidote probably easily, or just devour the poison.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm
Give it to
thinking.
Lar. Lar could make use of the strategy quite well.
I don't know what the masters, the shadow masters on that aspect, feel about cheating.
It probably will make some not interested and some very interested.
Hmm.
You'll get a very different kind of person, probably, depending on what you're doing.
I got one other question of what would this be? Hypothetically, while you're fighting yourself and it's instead of reaching the peak and then leveling up, what if you started at the bottom and trained against and leveled up through a full level?
I don't know how you're gonna.
Yeah, I guess it would be millions of, or like hypothetically, hey, you need a lot of progress and you're in a fight that's trying to kill you. We're trying to beat you.
Well, it's also not learning, so if you progress enough, then you're gonna stop learning from it.
Hmm. Okay, never mind. How do we reach cusps of our next level? Like, what was it? Should we spend the next however many months we have left, or however much time we have left trying to, or well, you're actively trying to regress, or right before?
Debuffing myself.
Yes. Hmm. But I will get you that poison. Yeah, no problem. I can get you. Would you prefer the temp one? Because I can do that, and just make it as much temp minus as I can. Or I could try and give you a bit of a generalized hypothetical. This targets everything, even if you don't actually have it. Also, is there anything that if I subtract from even one from it, you like die?
Not a whole lot of things. Uh, let's just stick with the fatigue, and
That can do. Temp
we
fatigue.
could do 3,000 fatigue.
3,000 fatigue that gets cured, or it grants temp fatigue of 3,000 and subtracts.
If you're curing 100 a turn, then I have enough to get rid of all of that before the fight starts.
Yeah, there you go. And you were wanting it to. So, subtracts fatigue but grants temp fatigue?
No, deals temp fatigue.
It
Gives you
deals
temp
temp
fatigue,
fatigue and
as in
grants temp fatigue.
no, as in you have fatigue in your threshold. That is not real fatigue.
Okay. Weird phantom fatigue. And then you cure it and you go back, right, more or less. Do
Poison
you want it to.
lethargy.
Yes. Do you want it to be even on the subtraction and adds?
I don't. Can he make it just immediately get rid of the poison completely? Because that's sounded like you couldn't with the way you were describing getting 100 back a turn.
Well, you're getting back 100 a turn, so if I'm taking 1,000, then I That would be like,
1,000
what,
would
10
not
turns?
do anything to me. So need more
Taking
than that.
away 1,000 wouldn't do nothing.
I still have most of my fatigue threshold.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's true because you have a lot.
I'm fatigue maxing.
Yes.
Boo.
Let's see,
The
4,000,
comments, boo.
10,000. I'm just really well. Actually, you're super rejuvenated. I would assume if you have that much fatigue that you can take on.
I can keep going for a while.
So like 10,000, 20,
That
100,
kills me.
20,000 kills you.
3,000. 3,000.
3,000. Okay,
That is
so
almost double my threshold and will provide huge debuffs.
okay, so 3,000. So 1,500 is your. So
I've got 1,700.
1,700. Would you want 1,600 taken away from you?
If I get 1,600 taken away from me, I can still function completely. If you're below your threshold, you don't take any penalties.
Okay, so you want 2,000?
2,000 would work. 3,000 would be great.
I thought you said 3,000 will kill you.
No, 10,000 would kill me.
10,000. Okay, 3,000 would be perfect.
3,000 would be a very large negative.
Okay, and then I just got to make sure. The only, as long as I can create an antidote in the amount of time that we have, yes, I think I can do that. But the antidotes are a little bit harder for me to make.
Oh. Well, you have an alchemy lab.
Well,
Here
yeah,
in the
no,
sanctuary.
I can probably make it. Just,
And
I
if this
can
is going to
beware.
take too much of your prep time for your own endeavors, don't worry about it then.
Matt, do I feel that my poison can handle these numbers?
If it's temp, you can make huge numbers. Also depends on the grade. The more big numbers you want, and the more stuff you want it to do, the higher the grade the poison needs to be, which means it takes longer to make and it's harder to make.
What about the antidote?
Same, it needs to be able to cure
All that.
the symptoms, so it needs to be the same grade. I'm not saying you can't. It's just time, resources. Can you meet the grade?
How much time?
Why don't you post it in the Riveth Wake 2 channel in Discord? What you're looking for, and I'll throw some deets at you.
Okay, yeah. Is there anything that you want besides the temp and then bounce back? Also, well, I guess how much temp fatigue are you wanting to add?
3,000.
3,000? Cool. Sounds good. Anything else?
Oh no,
Some...
you've probably got plenty to work on as well.
Okay. Then, yeah. That's good. Just put that in there. Okay. Here's like 2. Poison.
Okay. Any closing remarks before we end the session then?
Qigong machine, Qigong machine, Qigong machine.
Easy.
Qigong machine.
Squad.
Oh yeah. All right. Luna's
Can't
begging
wait.
for a walk, so I might as well go take her on one.
Hope you all have a good day.
You
I'm
too.
going to the pool with the family, and we get to see my son swim for the first time and see a
Awesome.
large body of water.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Hell
for
yeah,
switching up.
brother!
All right.
Thanks for playing today, guys.
Yes, yes.
I always enjoy it.
Momentum.
Do try and take a moment to familiarize yourself with the new sword stuff, because it came all at once. Especially you, Mr. William. Please don't
Yep.
only
will-
look at your stuff during session, because it is a metric butt ton of stuff, and I don't want you to get lost.
Yeah, I have a little note document for all the things that, because I went through the